Friends of friends of friends, welcome to the Team Fatty Show. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing well, friends. I truly don't know if we're going to have a debate. I want to thank Little Podcast, Lauren, and Greed. Welcome, Greed, to the Wakanda side. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Greed, do you have any idea if one of our debaters is going to show up, or you don't have his contact too? Oh, am I muted?
No, I can hear you.
I think my. Can you hear us?
It was still setting up.
Oh, it was setting up still.
Yeah, so he might not actually be able to hear.
He said Glenn is. I got you. Yes, I see you. I see you. I need to check how to see. Oh, he's probably trying to do the restream.
That's what he said.
Yes, he's already restreaming. He's already doing it.
Okay.
Let me go down here and let Lauren go there. Friends, once again, I hope you guys are doing good. Let me tell the rules for the crowd real quick so they know where we are, and then when Glenn is here, we talk about what's going on with the rest. I think everybody got the emails. So first, let me put Podcast Cash App here right now in the bottom. And then we go from there when Glenn shows up. Friends, once again, we are going to be pumping all social media from the people on this panel. So please go ahead and subscribe to Little Podcast, Glenn Lawrence, and Greed One Motorsports, an Unreasonable Man. I'm going to keep pumping them during the night, so it is what it is. We're expecting a full house today. There's already 109 people watching, so I appreciate you. I don't know where you guys are watching, but please support the content creators. Even if you send money support to their side, I'm going to read all the super chats, all of them. So on the side, let me see. Let me open my email real quick. Let me put this on the big screen. And here we go. So friends, for the people that are on the chat, for the people that are new to this, our debates are a little bit special. They are not confusing. Like, there's not a lot of intervention. It might look confusing because you guys are not familiar, but don't worry about it, okay? We're going to try to stay here for 2 hours. There's the clock, and there's a couple of interactions that you can do with the crowd, okay? The last 30 minutes is going to be to ask questions. So if you guys want to ask questions, I don't care if you send the money to Grid, to Podcast, to Glenn, to me. If you send $20 and up, we're going to read questions on the last 30 minutes of the show. That's how it's going to be. So be prepared for it. There's the perfect way for you guys to interact. If you want to put the end in the motherfucking stove, you do it, and you can ask a question. $20 and up. We're going to read it on the last part of the show, okay? Another way you guys can interact with us is activating the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm, no old bard. Sometimes it gets a little bit nasty, but not that deep. So if you want to activate the Shadow Realm, $100, and the Shadow Realm is open.
Now I bring your death.
On the Shadow Realm, gloves are off. No holds bar for 20 minutes and the clock stops. The debater still can't dodge questions from their opponents and have to engage with each other. And then the final two that usually are not used like that is the Google it. Debaters can use it once to prove that the opponent is doing something wrong or to prove their point, and ask for a friend. Something that usually is not used and is not going to use today too, okay? Another one that is not going to be used today too is the replace a moderator. We have one per show, the replace the moderator rule. But I repeat again, today we're not going to have that activate. Okay, repeat it again. There's not going to be the replace the moderator today. Okay, so put your pocket on your wallet. Actually, it's the opposite. Sorry, English. Put your wallet on your pocket, not to. Other than that, I'll wait for Glenn, but Glenn knows already the rules because this was something that we're supposed to do before, so we go from there. How are you doing, Grid? By the way, is your audio okay now? Or you...
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Perfect. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Very, very good.
Nice to see you again, Miss Lauren Mack. Glad to have you here too. I appreciate it. And Mr. Podcast, glad to have you too. Once again, I apologize for the delay. We're trying to get situated and go from there.
Yeah, Glenn had some technical issues, so he's trying to get that sorted.
Okay. You guys can calm down for a second. I know we should.
Hey, Grid, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you, bro?
Man, overweight.
Yeah, man, I'm in that same boat right now. I got to get back in the gym. It's been busy.
Yeah,
so,
man, absolutely.
You know how it is.
Jim, what is that?
I'm starting to wonder myself now.
Damn.
Oh God. As I grab the donut out of the case.
Yeah.
Donut.
Since you're talking about Jim, let me go get my bottle real quick of juice. Of course, I'm not drinking. I'm a moderator. I'm a serious moderator. I'll be right back. Let me leave this and play. Grid, you can come down if you want to. Because Grid, we actually were going to live to say there was not going to be a debate because we had no idea what was going on. That's why we went live, but instead of waiting on the back because we're waiting for Glenn. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of know what happened with Glenn, but no,
it's fine. It's fine as long as he's alive. And he's safe. That's fine. After that, we handle it. So we come back in as soon as he's on the back. We come back, friends. You can come down and we wait a little bit. Okay.
Sure, man.
guess we have Glenn in the building. How are you doing, Glenn?
Oh man, broke my phone on my bike. I'm all right. This is gonna be rough.
I hope you don't have one of those iPhone 23.
No, I had the iPhone like 12 or the 13 or something old.
So you lost $7 then, right?
Now I gotta pay like another $1,000.
Yeah, there's a pain in the ass. But how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. All things besides that, it's fine. I'm sorry. I was literally that's what I was struggling with. Phone broke on the bike, and then trying to log in, trying to get everything connected through the phone. All my security passwords for my computer, logged through the phone, had to go through the email. It was just a mess.
Don't worry about it. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. We have somebody became a member on Little Podcast Show and reacted. Thank you very much. Ezekiel Ben Israel. We appreciate it. Like I told you, all the super chats are going to be read. Okay, all of them, no matter from where they come from. All the activating thingies are going to happen too, no matter where they come from. Just to make sure when I drop the links for every content creator and panelist on this show, please go ahead and do it. I would. Can you guys get on camera? Like,
yeah, my computer's just setting it up. So yeah, I'll be on camera. Like, as soon as the camera gets turned on.
Let me get my water real quick too, and we go from there. And Glenn, please leave your cash app on the back so I can put it down on the banner. Friends, if you guys please, if you can, please support everyone that is on the stream, either being subscribing to their channels or sending them a cash app. Okay, this was a little bit of hard work to make it happen. They are here for free, so I would appreciate if you guys could be as generous as you are usually to me and support them too. Lauren, tell us a joke while I'm going to get some water. How are you doing? How are you doing, Lauren?
Good. So I wrote some jokes down. It only took 8 wipes to realize you only needed 7.
You want me to play the
That's actually where I got it from.
I played this charity, right? We're going to do a charity left real quick, and we do it to do
that would be great.
Okay. That was terrible, but women usually are not fun in general, so you didn't disappoint
I don't think women are supposed to be comedians.
You disagree, Lauren? Tell me one funny comedian, Lauren, real quick.
A funny comedian?
Yes.
Me. Obviously. Well, I would have picked somebody else.
Somebody lying. Yeah. Now somebody, I don't know who, but I'm telling you, somebody's lying.
His hairline is a comedian.
Why are you hating on that man?
You seen it. Are you gonna be gassy the whole show?
Me?
No.
Is your podcast?
Yeah.
Why is she talking about gassy?
Because she just heard me belch.
Damn.
So
she's a hater of food progress.
Let me.
I got a joke. You ready for a joke?
Oh, you want to say a joke too?
I got a joke. Why is the most pigment challenged person the last one here?
you know it's funny. There was actually our joke. We said they keep talking about black people's time, but Lauren, for whatever reason, like I'm going to change you because you see that way it looks like.
Oh, now it seems like we're on different sides. Now it's like you're dividing the. You know, you got the white people over one side. And I'll
put Grid on this side. So
I mean, what you saying? Like Grid cannot be part of Wakanda? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yes, he can. You know,
just based off of his pigment. That's rude.
You know that there was a white guy. There was a white guy that came to Wakanda. There was his best friend.
Like I was about to say,
it was a hero too. So what's going on? So once again, we have Wakanda versus Valhalla today. it was supposed to be a tag team last week, but it didn't went as we planned. So right now we're going to have Little Podcast versus Glenn. Okay, we're going to make sure this goes very smoothly and we have fun doing so. Okay, I just want to make sure. Let me just grab these real quick. And before we start the debate, let me see what I sent. Okay. Okay, so once again, does a Christian worldview benefit people and society more than an agnostic worldview? Everyone is familiar with the topic. Everyone is okay with it. The two debaters. Everything is okay. Podcast and Glenn.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
good?
if you don't mind, Glenn, I would like to at least just make sure that we verify what we mean by worldview for our edification and for the audience as well.
Okay, for worldview is
Before you go, Glenn, because the show is still not on, I just want to greet, because Greet probably is not familiar with the how the show goes. Greet, you can ask questions, be a little bit more interventive and all that. Okay, don't be like on other debates. Usually, moderators are more scarecrows. We are not going to intervene like that, like pull people's pants and punch them and all that. But if you have questions, if you have concerns, that will be great that you do so. Lauren already knows what it is, and I know too. So let me close the cage and let's start the show now.
Will the guard please lock the cage doors at this time?
Get the fuck up! Simon says, get the fuck up!
You're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Time to
So the links are ready. Cash apps down there. Support Little Podcast. Emerge Network. Support Glenn. GL Presents. I think it's GL Presents. I miss it. But it's rolling so you guys can see it. And once again, remind you, every time I drop the link, please go ahead and follow Grid, Podcast, and Glenn. If you are watching this in other network, let me start the clock. And Glenn, if you want to, you have the floor.
I would say worldview is a way that that guides the way that you choose to live the life overall, like in a societal way. Like certain religions have a worldview. They apply their life by basic teachings or a structured way of choosing to live and what to avoid and what not to avoid, a worldview.
Okay.
Do you agree, Podcast, with the term?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we can do opening statements. Do you guys want to do rock, paper, scissors, or like what do you guys want to? I'll leave you to both of you.
I'll give it to Beans.
Podcast?
Yeah, so I believe that the agnostic rather worldview, I think, benefits society more today, particularly based on what we see as evidenced by the majority of people who participate in religion in itself, but I would argue even more so in Christianity, but especially in this country right now. This may be kind of unfair. I hope not. We're using the term worldview, but I have to admit that my frame of reference will be very much so limited to America, right? I haven't toured the world, been to any other countries. And so I don't have a clear view on how Christianity is practiced in these other areas, particularly in the Eastern world. But I know how it's practiced here, and it's very problematic. I would start off by suggesting that, I have like 3 points of contention specifically with Christianity. The first being that I believe it stifles people of color. I believe that it stifles their autonomy in a way that induces assimilation and forsakes insurrection, right? And I think that we see that a lot with people of color who tend to look more so towards the religious aspect than what they can do for themselves, right? And I think that's a problem when you rely on God and you give all of the accountability and the responsibility to God instead of what you can take on for yourself. I think that's problematic, for one. For two, I also believe that Christianity causes people to value the unknown afterlife rather than optimizing their knowable existence, right? So they tend to think like, this existence isn't forever, but this other one is. And so we don't really take care in how we operate or how we treat people or the decisions that we make in this specific life on this specific plane of existence. And more so, you hear terms like God knows my heart, or this is just not this is only the beginning, and you have people referencing heaven and gold walks of gold road, paved roads, and all this different stuff, right? And they're so concerned with getting to heaven that it minimizes what they're willing to do on this side of existence. And then the other thing would be that Christianity, again, as practiced in the U.S., seemingly promotes prosperity over accountability, right? We have a lot of prosperity preaching going on right now, and a lot of this manifesting preaching going on right now, right? That as long as you think it, or if you can say it, you can have it. And I think that historically we have seen that is just not the truth, that you have to absolutely put in physical manual labor in order to achieve things in this life, and not necessarily just rely on a deity who, for most people, they can't even prove the existence of. And so those would be my first 3 points of contention and conclude my opening statement.
Glenn?
Okay. Christianity. Well, let's look at this. The agnostic worldview is basically, I don't know. Let's just face it. They just don't know. They don't have answers. They have no answers for anything. Okay. You simply ask them, how did we get here? I don't know. What are morals? Where do morals come from? I don't know. What about the future? I don't know. The Bible and Christianity provides answers to things that agnostics just can't have. They just don't know. We'll focus the whole argument based on, as Beans mentioned, Western culture. Let's just say United States, as he mentioned earlier. Christianity was a foundation of this great nation. Okay, we because of Christianity, where we got our 10 commandments from, our basic laws, right there, 10 commandments, right? You ask the agnostics, how did we come to that? I don't know, but we know that at least when it comes down to the basics of our laws structure, we know that God is our foundation. Okay, when we look about how we work with people or interact with people, the Bible gives us instructions to love thy neighbor, right? To love God and love thy neighbor. Agnostics, I don't know why. They don't have answers to anything when it comes to how to conduct one's life, how to conduct one's family, and order of hierarchy. But at least we have that guidelines and instructions to Christianity. The other part is, look about the future. Who is having children? Who's not having children? It's the I don't knows who don't have children. Christianity is outstripping the birth rate compared to any other religion or non-religious group in America, regardless of class or station. So who's going to be here longer? Well, probably the people making babies. Who's not making babies? The I don't knows. So he mentioned Christianity is about prosperity gospel. That would be more common in the evangelical sects of society and Christianity, and that's one of the not historically been the largest or the most known doctrine. So historically speaking, Christianity has been more of the foundation and founding block of not just this nation, but multiple nations. But the I don't knows just don't know. So why would you ask somebody that don't know anything the solution to what may be coming?
So let me change to the 1 minute clock. I'll let you guys. I'm going to be like kind of a soft ceiling. if I see it's going a little bit too wild, or somebody on the panel wants to reclaim their time because the other person is talking insane, but I'm going to be a little bit loose when it comes to the 1 minute clock. So go ahead, podcast, and then we start from there.
So I guess the first thing I would ask is this: do you find it problematic, right, that how would I say it, that there is such a plethora of denominations, right? And I think this is part of the reason why I think the Christianity element is weakened, right? Is because it seems to be weakened by the plethora of denominations, which denotes that at best there's an inconsistency in the interpretations, right? And at worst there's confusion in the actual text, which the text itself cites that the executive producer, aka God, is not the author of confusion, right? This is I believe 1 Corinthians 14:33. So if God is not the author of confusion, then how would you explain the plethora of denominations all stemming from the one source, which is the Bible? And do you find that problematic?
Well, yeah, I mean, I find that, anybody that's trying to take things out of context problematic. When it comes down to denominations, it is literally people saying, oh, I like this, I don't want to practice this, I like this, I don't want to practice this. To me, that's just those that are choosing not to follow and obey scripture. And in America, I mean, you only see that within the evangelical Protestant umbrella. Now, Orthodoxy doesn't have that problem. Catholicism doesn't have that problem, right? But Protestants tend to have that problem, right? So you're only talking about one really umbrella denomination of Christianity that tends to split it down into multiple denominations. That's only one. Historically speaking, the Orthodoxy and Catholicism, they don't have that problem with denominations, but only in Protestant. So you're only speaking about Protestant churches. But there's more to Christianity than just Protestant churches.
So wait a minute. So let me make sure I understand this. You're saying that the denominations themselves, even though there may be plenty, that they still fall under specific umbrellas?
Yeah. Orthodoxy and Catholicism are two different umbrellas. Protestant is its own umbrella that has evangelicals, like Lutherans, it has Methodists, it has Presbyterians, like all those go all the way down. That's under the Protestant umbrella of Christianity. So you're only talking about one umbrella group ultimately.
Oh, so you made the argument that the country itself was founded, right, based on Christian principles. You do know that Christianity itself was not spread out through the world in a very nice way, though, right? Like it was absolutely forced upon people, correct? And
what are you talking about? What are you referencing per se? Because I don't think there's no account that Paul's going around the world and forcing people to accept Christianity, right? What years are you talking about?
You mean Paul from the Bible, right?
Or any of the disciples? Where do you see that?
Yeah, but they didn't actually practice Christianity, correct? Like it wasn't called that what they were practicing. We're talking about the
just because it wasn't called that then doesn't mean that. And actually, it was referenced by Emperor Nero's historian Tacitus, and I think it was like 76 AD, right? That the Christians, those Christ-like, the ones following Jesus, the men that died, right? The references that in Roman history that had nothing to do with Christian history, but it refers to them as Christians even all the way back then. So they were practicing Christianity the same way. Just because they didn't have a Bible, a physical copy, doesn't mean that they weren't practicing what they already were taught.
Would you concede that the westernized version of Christianity as practice is not congruent with that from what, maybe 79 AD?
I wasn't there, so I can't tell you what was practiced back then.
Yeah,
I can't affirmatively tell you anything about that because I wasn't there.
Well, you referenced it, right? So obviously you can.
I referenced that there was Christians. I referenced that there was Christians back there. You said there wasn't, so just reference.
Well, absolutely, I'm just saying you referenced it, which means you can tell me something about it, right? Because you the one who
told you that they were there. They were obviously practicing Christianity back there. They were even known as Christians back then.
Mhm. So my thing would be this, right? Do you think that the problem is with the people, or do you think that the problem is with the worldview?
The problem's always with the people.
Mhm.
I mean, we all know that we fall short of doing anything right.
Oh,
We fail to even obey laws that we know that we should do.
Mhm.
So to say that, you know, it's the religion or the worldview would be retarded when we know that even if you remove the worldview, people can't even obey basic practicing common laws, period. So it's always the human error. It's like, you know, operator error. You ever heard that term? So it's not really necessarily the machine's fault, right? The machine is programmed to do this thing, but it's the operator who messed up, who probably didn't put it in correctly or do something correctly that's causing the flaw. So it's the human element. It's the individual that's the problem, not necessarily the worldview. Because you can take, I've spoken to atheists and agnostics alone, and they'll tell you, even the Bible, if you look at the Bible just from best practices, if you do this to live a good life, they will tell you, yes, the Bible is great at giving you what to do as a how-to guide to live a good life, even if you don't even believe in the divinity and the divine of God. So even if the atheist could agree that it's good for best practices, meaning a worldview to operate under, I don't see how you could refute that Christianity has been more beneficial in the long term than anything else.
Well, but again, that would depend on who you're talking to, right? So there's a vast majority of people around the world who could argue against that because the religion itself.
But you're keeping the conversation strictly to the United States, so
absolutely. Right. And that's what I'm saying right now.
But no, you just said the world. Historically speaking, we could say that the United States, the vast majority of people in the United States alone identify themselves as Christian.
Absolutely. And that would also, I believe, lend towards my argument about how problematic it is, right? So what we tend to do.
So you're saying because there's more people that share the same worldview, that it's problematic?
No, I'm saying because the majority of the people in this country aren't practicing properly, right? And I think that has something to do
again,
with
so operator error
referencing, right? It has to.
So
to me, I don't think
error.
you can separate the two. No, well, my belief would be that you can't separate the two, right?
How can you show me how you cannot separate the two between the operator error and the instructions?
Right. So absolutely. If I've used this book, right, to persecute certain people, then there must be text inside of the book, right, that would absolutely incite that persecution.
Like what?
It has to be. There's no way. I can't say God says love all people and now I'm going to, do this harm to you. There has to be.
Where does it say that? Where does it say like do harm to anybody?
No, I'm not saying that it does. What I'm saying is
so then you don't know.
There has to be. Well, of course I know, right? Some scripture. I'm not a Christian though, right? So I don't.
But what I'm saying, you're saying like you said a group of people and they're saying do harm to them. What group of people?
No, I didn't say that it did. I didn't say that it did. What I said was that if people would use the book to persecute some.
Okay, is there an example that you have that said people using the book to persecute those?
Absolutely, right. Well, we talk about black people in this country, right? And the way the book was forced upon us, right? And it was used to denigrate us and keep us in captivity for a very long time. And it used specific text that highlighted that black people were supposed to be submissive to their worldly masters, right? And that particular text itself was enough, right? That along with the whip to bring black people into heel in this.
Where does the Bible talk about a whip? First of all, you have to understand that when are you referring to slavery? Is that where you're going to go here with it?
Well, yeah, you just asked me how was it used to persecute?
Okay, well, let's at least we have to first acknowledge that slavery was not the same slavery as you witness in America as you see in biblical times. Slavery is more like an indentured servant. You worked for your time, off because you were in need of someone to cover your, expenses. That's basically how it was then. Slavery we see in most history, recent history. That was not the same type of slavery as the Bible refers to as slavery. So there's operator error too there. You're talking about African Americans, historically we already know that it was the Africans who enslaved their own people who ended up selling them, across. So the first goes, you got to look at where that problematic came from. Was actually originally.
Hold on, Glenn. While we're limiting this to the United States, we must point out that the Bible originated in Africa. So I don't believe we can use the slavery argument. So can we move on past that?
Well, we can use the slavery argument because of the way that it was used against the people here, right? So that's the argument, is that
by saying obey your earthly masters.
Yes, I'm saying you're using the specific text, right? To
it also says obey the laws of the land, right?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the sentence. You're using the specific text to substantiate the idea that you're forcing upon someone, right? I can concede to the fact that you're saying that they may be using it in error, right? But that is based upon interpretation, which is what I'm saying is problematic about the book itself. Is that it's too often left
because
up
somebody
into
chooses not to apply it the way that it's supposed to be done, and you want to say that's the problem.
Well, yes, if you have,
it's not the book's problem, it's the person's problem, the individual.
Well, no, because there's how many different versions of the book exists. That's my point. Maybe if the book wasn't so problematic,
it's not problematic.
It would be more specific and maybe not be left up into interpretation as much as it has been.
Well,
right?
Technically, overall in church history, and this is where the Protestants tend to have a problem, is because historically, church history refers to what has the church fathers historically reviewed how to operate this. With the Protestant, you don't have that. Protestant churches get to say, you know what, I interpret it this way, I interpret it this way. Again, you're only referring to one umbrella group that tends to be this problem. You don't see this problem, again, with Orthodoxy or in Catholicism, historically speaking. So...
Well, you've already made the statement that you believe the problem is with the people. So I'm only
highlighting. That's the operator. So if I give you instructions to how to build your computer desk, right, and you choose to look through it a few times, right, throw it away, and then you just start building it, and it doesn't work right, it's not as sound or structured or built correctly, is that the book's fault or your fault?
Yeah, that would be my fault.
Okay, so the person, the individual, is the problem. They're not holding it or reading it properly, or they're not applying it correctly. So it's not necessarily the worldview or the religion. It is that the person that doesn't do its due diligence and understand or study it is the problem.
Right, but see,
and apply in their life. So again, it goes back to individual personal accountability, not the worldview. The
difference is this, though, Glenn, is that if you use the manual, right, with the furniture that you need to put together, there is no room for interpretation. It's going to tell you which screw to use on which piece, which screwdriver to use on which piece all the time. There is no room for interpretation. The problem with this is I believe there's over 2,000 versions of this one book.
Really? What 2,000 versions?
Well, I don't know what they're all called.
So you don't even know. You don't know the amount of versions.
No,
you just do an arbitrary number out there.
I can read it for you. I'm being modest by saying 2,000. It says 3,142.
Translations? How many different languages are in the world?
There are 3,142 Bible versions. That's literally what I'm reading.
How many translations?
And
how many different languages?
2,073 languages.
How many different languages?
2,073.
Okay, now how many different languages are in America?
I don't know.
What's the predominant language spoken in America?
Yeah, the predominant language is English. There's more than one, absolutely, right?
So
yet a lot of those versions, you have the New International Version, you have the English Standard Version, you have the Good Read version. A lot of those versions are English versions.
And some of them are study Bibles. There's different types of Bibles for different. It's the same thing, but it's used for the different metrics of how they're going to apply it. The regular Bible, the Bible, King James Bible, right? There's only one version, right? There's only that. You could grab any King James Bible and see the same thing in every page. It's identical. Now, commentaries and study Bibles, they're going to be formatted differently. That doesn't mean necessarily that they're different. They're the same Bible, but it's formatted differently for that year. Like there's a year study Bible. You can study the whole Bible in 1 year, and they organize it in a way that is be able to read according to this program in a year. but the context is not different. The words are the same. It's just the version of the translation. New King James, NLT, New Living Translation, depending on the
right.
But the wording is different in the sense of they don't understand the original meaning from like thou shalt, thou this. They make it to where simpletons can understand it. But the still same meaning. Still the same meaning. It's like if you have the instructions to build your desk and you have Chinese, English, French, Philippine, all the way down. They all mean the same thing. The translations all mean the same thing, but it's spoken in a different language.
So let me ask you this: is the belief in certain things in the text that we know we wouldn't be able to see today? Things like virgin births, walking on water,
how many virgin births is the
references? Say that again.
How many virgin births is the reference? One, right?
I only know one, but I haven't finished my question.
There's only one, but
I haven't finished the question yet, so you don't know what I was going to ask you, right? So what I'm saying is the belief in those things a part of the Christian worldview?
Is the belief in what things? You only mentioned
the
virgin
belief
births.
in virgin births, and the belief in people walking on water, the belief in talking bushes and people surviving in whales' mouths and the splitting of oceans and all of these things. Is that a part of the worldview?
That's part of the
Christian
Bible.
Worldview.
That's part of the Bible, right? That we see referenced in the Bible, right? We only see the one virgin birth, Jesus, right? We only see Jesus walking on water, and then Peter, right, with Jesus, right? Only Jesus. Burning bush, you see Moses, right? So
then, yes, it's a part of the Christian worldview, then, right? So
it's part of the It's
okay, so my question would be:
guess what? You find that in all the Bibles.
Absolutely, absolutely, right?
Pretty consistent, right? Huh?
Yes, the delusion is in all of the books. You're absolutely right.
It's not the delusion; it's the account. So you first pointed out all the translations are all what's the problem, and you just referenced to realize that all those things that you reference are all in all the same Bibles. That all the different translations, all the different languages have the same thing. So again,
but I never said those were contradictions of the individual. So that's neither here or there, right? That was never the point that I made.
Back, you just pointed out that you said there inconsistency, and I just pointed out you just showed that there was.
Yes, you show where there are some, right? So
you just showed where they're all consistent at in these
which is neither here or there, right? Because
part of the point of saying that the inconsistency is not the text; it's the individual applying the text.
Saying there are consistencies is not saying that the whole Bible is inconsistent. So that's
then show me where one Bible is inconsistent with another Bible.
Yes, that doesn't mean that the entire Bible is inconsistent
with another Bible.
Right? That doesn't mean that everything in the Bible.
Show me where one Bible is inconsistent with another translation.
Because translations words
show me where one.
No, we're gonna stay on the point that I was trying to ask you right now, right?
What's the point of referencing if you can't provide where you're referencing?
Absolutely, but we're gonna stay right where I'm at first, right? So because that's respectful, I'm staying where you.
Okay,
right?
So I just want to make sure because I'm going to hope you prepare because I'll ask you where that is.
Absolutely. So you don't believe that those are delusional things, but you do know that you would never see those things today. So you don't think that it's problematic to promote delusion as a worldview?
Delusion is what you can't prove. Right, like, or trying to believe something that is not true. Like agnostics will have no problem with boys being to say that they could be girls.
That's not.
That's
true.
delusion. That's delusion. That's delusion as fuck. Okay.
That's
you can chop off your tallywhacker. You can chop off your tallywhacker, turn it like an inside-out sock, and call it a vagina. That's fucking delusion.
But that's not agnostic.
But you want to say delusion is since I didn't see a virgin birth, I didn't see a burning bush. That's delusional.
But that's not agnostic.
What is delusion?
Agnostic has nothing
agnostic
to do with
I don't
gender.
know. Agnostic says I don't know what's true.
Yes, about divinity, right? Not about whether or not boys are girls and girls are boys, right?
But no, you don't know. Agnostic's overall views, I don't know about everything.
About divinity.
No,
about divinity, right?
I don't know. Period.
Question for Glenn. Do agnostics believe in science?
Yeah.
The science labels clearly what a man and a woman is?
Not today. Apparently, you could be whatever you want.
Go ahead. You guys got this.
Yeah, but Glenn, that has nothing to do with agnostic, right? So as an agnostic,
it's the overall
guys,
don't
one
know.
at a time. One at a time.
The overall argument with agnostics is that they don't know at the end of the day anything.
okay,
They don't know
but
where
what
we
I'm
come
saying
from. They don't know why we're here this way. We don't know. They don't know why boys all of a sudden think they can be girls. They don't know.
okay, this isn't true, right? So we shouldn't have to. I understand we're here to debate, but we don't have to lie. I don't think we
I'm
should
not
have to
lying.
lie,
That's
right?
the overall understanding,
he
right?
just
Isn't
said
that
one
the
at a time.
principle?
So let it be my turn for a second, right? And the minute the clock is up there, I guess we're gonna have to start using it. We kind of
Okay.
right? That's okay. But the thing is this, that's not what that means, right? So as an agnostic, what you're simply saying, or what I am simply saying, is that I don't know if there is a God, and you can't prove it to me. There's no evidence that anybody has ever shown me that there is a God per se. Now, I will say this. I am the kind of agnostic that if I had to choose from a divinity's point of view, I would choose a deistic point of view rather than a theistic point of view, because that just makes more logical sense to me. I have seen evidence of an intelligent creator, but I have not seen evidence of a divine supernatural creator. So those are two different things. Agnostic has nothing to do with what you believe about gender. And I take umbrage with you trying to sway the audience into your favor by saying that.
Well, I would say this: like the overall theme is, I don't know. Christianity goes, who created man? God created man. Oh, so we know. We have a point of reference of knowing. Man and women, male, husband and wife. Oh, we now know what marriage is supposed to be like. You know, if the overarching theme is, if you don't know where the creator is and what the creator has given us through instruction to how to live, right? How can you know what gender is? How can you know how to live one's life? You don't know anything because you don't know overall. Your overarching thing is, I don't know from that aspect. So the macros, I don't know where we came from. I don't know God. I don't know why we're here. But at least Christianity says we do know. And here's this instructional guide on how to live our life best. You know what? The agnostics has benefited more from Christianity than agnostics, because agnostics just don't know. So at least we had given you guys 10 commandments on how to live by, because y'all didn't know how to not kill each other. Y'all didn't know the morals, but we give you this foundation to operate under. It's, you just don't know, but we knew something.
Okay.
I feel like you guys are getting in a little bit far afield trying to prove God exists or not. What we're talking about is whether the belief in Christianity, the topic is the belief in Christianity, what good does it do in society? So we're talking about people believing in something, not whether or not something is real. So let's try and focus back on the topic, guys.
Yeah, I think, okay. So honestly though, right? So the argument that you're making is that we don't know, right? But that we have the benefit, right, of what was laid out before us because of Christianity. And I don't think that I can deny that, right? But that's just based of the function of the country and the way it was founded, right? But to pretend that I would not be able to determine for myself whether something was good or bad, right? Or good or evil, right or wrong, proper or improper, right? Without the assistance of a Bible or a religion or Christianity for that matter, right? I think it's asinine at best, because you can't argue with me that you believe that the religion itself outdated human beings. We existed prior to the religion itself existing. And there had to have been some level.
God, and God was the Word, and the Word was with God, right? So we know that. We know.
Okay, you got to give my full minute like I gave your full minute. No, go ahead.
I have 45 seconds. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm saying what you're saying is you're saying that or you could assume that what if Christianity didn't give the foundations of the 10 commandments and the basic structure that we have, that you would just know not to do those things? Really?
Absolutely.
Well, why do we have historical accounts of nations and tribes that didn't operate that way without it?
Well, you want me to answer?
Yeah, why do we have accounts of that? Just the same thing without having Christianity as a structure or guidelines, right, to operate one's life, where they didn't operate that way, and they actually coveted that neighbor's wife. They did all the murdering, they had worship, all they didn't have the 10 commandments, and we saw what happened to those nations.
Absolutely. So here's the great thing about that. You already gave me the answer to that because
What?
you said it was a function of the people and not the book, right?
So there was no morality.
Well, I'm answering you, right? Because
so
here's the
there's
problem,
no
right?
morality.
The fact of the matter is that even under the Christian law, we still have that same thing. We still have the murdering.
But we have
still have
consequences for it.
Okay, but we still have the murdering, we still have the raping, we still have all of these things under the Christian law, right? Under the
but at least we
society
have
that
a
was founded
consequence
on
for it.
Christianity. Not to mention the fact that those very Christians were the people who did a lot of the pillaging, did a lot of the tearing families apart, did a lot of the slaving of people. Those very Christians did that, right? So that's what I'm saying. Can you hold the worldview and still
But again,
practice
okay. So you're saying that
practice?
you can hold a worldview, you can have the worldview and no morality without Christianity?
No, I'm saying, can
prove
you
that?
hold the worldview and still practice the atrocities?
You can be sinful. You could know the truth and choose not to do it, right? Like we have people out here today choosing to be girls when they know they're boys. Hey, they want to be retarded and not obey. That's their thing, right? There's gonna be consequences for that. The difference is because you can have a worldview and be like, oh yeah, you know what? My worldview says, you know what? We should do this, we should do that. And it opposes with the worldview of the Bible, and we see what happens with that. There's no order. There's a bunch of chaos when you have everybody having their own worldview and practicing their own laws. Oh, murder is not a sin for me. That's not against the wrong. That's not wrong. We're just going to go murder people. Okay, so at least what Christianity did gave a blanket understanding of, hey, this is how we're going to agree to live here in this nation. And we all kind of agree that these things are wrong. If you break these things, there's going to be consequences. So we united under one worldview and understanding of these things rather than having all bunch of individual worldviews and individual practices, because you know what? It might not be a sin for you to have murder people, right? But then this person says, oh, it is a sin. So there's now nobody's on the same page. At least with Christianity, it gave us something, a platform to say, hey, we're starting here as a foundational belief that we believe these things are wrong. Agnostics will be like, hey, so what things are wrong? I don't know.
So again, this is a mischaracterization, and I'm totally offended by you saying that as an agnostic, I don't get to know what is right or wrong, right?
Well, how do you know what right or wrong?
I would say this.
Glenn, don't interrupt him, Glenn.
Yeah, I would say this. I believe that as an agnostic, I actually have an advantage on you in morality, right? Because I don't need a deity or a supreme being or a book written however many years ago by whoever else who wrote it to actually let me know what is right or wrong. See, I have the ability based on my experience, right? Because we are talking about adults. If we're talking about children, it's going to ruin everything. But as an adult, I absolutely, based on my own experiences, have enough information for me to be able to process and say, this is right and this is wrong. And I don't need a deity or the promise of heaven or 1,000 virgins or any of these other things as promised in a lot of religions in order for me to practice what I believe is right or wrong.
Okay, I got to ask some question here, guys. And I want each of you to answer this, because we're not talking about fucking history here. We're talking about modern times. Is Christianity better for the world or not? So that's the topic, right? So if we consider that the Bible and Christianity is just a good book of rules to follow, and that faith or belief in the Bible instills some sense of well-being in people, why is that worse for humanity? Beans first, then Lawrence.
Well, so again, the book itself, I think, is problematic because it's left up to interpretation too much, which is why you have all these thousands of books interpreted from them in these different languages, right? And I think that's the first problem with the book, right? The second problem is that, again, you're depending on the deity itself to be in existence. You're depending on belief in delusion, right? And believing in things that we all know we would never see happen in real life or in our lifetimes.
If you follow the 10 Commandments, is that a belief? Do you have to believe in a God to follow the 10 Commandments?
No, you don't have to believe in God to follow the 10 Commandments, but it's presented to you as a message, as an order from God. So
but you obey the 10 Commandments.
Wait. So if I gave it to you external from the Bible and you accepted it, you could absolutely accept it. But the fact of the matter is that they came out of the Bible. So your belief in their existence and their application is absolutely determined on the fact that you
So do you think
subscribe
murder is
to this
okay?
particular religion.
You think you
Glenn,
should murder?
Glenn, let him answer.
Well,
No,
I'm
I'm
asking-
finished. Go ahead.
oh,
do
you're
you
finished?
think- do you
Okay,
think-
good.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
the
Go
problem
ahead,
with
Glenn.
that saying is like, have you one? I'll just say this: how did you learn anything? You were taught.
Mhm.
Oh, so somebody gave you instruction. You didn't just know. You didn't just come to this epiphany and just knowing. You were taught. Oh, what were you taught? You were taught that you shouldn't probably cheat on somebody, shouldn't have adultery, you shouldn't covet thy neighbor's wife, right? You shouldn't murder, right? You were taught these things. Oh, shit, they're even in our laws. So you were taught the Bible. And you agree by living in this nation that you shouldn't murder, that you shouldn't do these things, because if you did, you would probably be in prison and facing consequences. So overall, Christianity gave this country a structure to live off of, just a best worldview to practice, best way of living. Not saying that you had to believe in it, didn't have to believe in the divinity of it. You, again, like I said in the beginning, you could remove the divinity of it, just like many atheists and agnostics have also agreed, and you would say that the Bible is good for best practices, a how-to guide to live a life that is not going to be problematic.
Yes, but the
And
problem
there's no
is this.
text, there's no agnostic text that can actually support that they have anything better.
Right. So, but the problem is this, is that in this very country, we see people who were raised outside of the Christianity faith, right? You do have agnostic communities. You do have atheist communities. You do have Muslim communities. You
But
do
they all
have
accept-
Hindu communities, right? Where these people from this country actually raised right here. And what you see is they actually practice community in a better way. You don't see their people on the news every night. You don't see their people going to jail every night, right? And they do this outside of the Christian worldview, inside of a Christian company, and I
But
mean
they
a Christian
still-
country.
they
And they
actually
seem to
still
be able to
practice the
practice it
Christian
better than the
worldview.
Christians.
They still apply the Christian worldview just by obeying the Christian laws that this nation was founded upon.
Can I ask a question for both of you?
Yeah. It's a weird
Do I-
statement. I'm not letting that go either, Glenn.
Do I need to know the Bible or the 10 Commandments to know that it's wrong for me to disrespect my parents or to kill someone or to steal? Do I have to know the 10 Commandments to do it, or I can do it just by living and existing?
No, somebody doesn't have to tell you that this is the 10 Commandments and you shouldn't do this. But
Mhm.
you are taught as a child not to do these things because they tell you, hey, it's wrong to do these things, right? Well, why is it wrong to do these things? Oh, because it is bad and it can harm people and harm. Where did that come from? Where does that knowledge come from? So whether or not you know the 10 Commandments or not, you were still taught a practice or best practices of living derivative from the 10 Commandments here in
So-
this nation.
What about your
but when you
podcast?
say that-
Answer my question, because I have a follow-up question to both of you. Okay. Answer
Yeah, absolutely.
before-
So the answer is no, right? Absolutely 100% no. You don't need the 10 Commandments or anything else written in the book. To Glenn's point, you can be taught it, right? External from the book. You can absolutely be taught it,
But
right?
it has to be taught.
Glenn, you gotta let me finish. You can be taught it external from the book, right? But the thing is that the statement that Glenn makes supposes that nobody understood this prior to the 10 Commandments being written. Like people didn't know that it might have been wrong to murder. Like nobody ever shed a tear or cried if somebody that they knew was killed. Like because they didn't know it was wrong, or had a harsh feeling against the person who took the life of their loved one because they didn't know it was wrong. People absolutely knew that it was wrong prior to it ever being written down or stoned or in a book for that matter.
Without want to intervene too much, that was my follow-up question. What were they doing 2,500 years ago? Like what was the laws of the land? Was ever okay to steal, ever okay to murder, ever okay to disrespect your parents? Like what were the laws of the land before said Bible, before said commandments, before Christianity?
I think that's a really tough question. Might not even be relevant right
You
now.
don't have an answer, we can just move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, but I mean, to listen, the truth of the matter is that the worldview itself, right, to me, is founded in you have to believe in something that's a fairy tale. You have to believe in delusion. You have to accept these stories that are improvable, right? There's no way for you to prove them. You know, if we went outside and somebody was standing there saying that they were talking to God, you would think they were crazy. You would want to put a straitjacket on them. But then you'll come on the panel and tell me yourself that you were talking to God. This is why I think it's problematic. The agnostic view, to me, in my opinion, is better for this reason. I don't need to believe in anything external than myself in order to perform on a great level or even to even be able to enact peace. I don't have to believe in anything else to be peaceful.
Glenn?
He just showed that he doesn't know. Okay. He doesn't, one, you don't know anything about the history. Like you said, you don't know what they're doing 205 years ago. Well, we can say historically, we see multiple tribes out here, right, that were just raping and pillaging and taking each other over, right? Oh, we know that. We know that they all weren't applying under one same worldview, and that caused war, caused confusion, it caused calamity, right? So we do know that we know that there was chaos. At least with the overarching thing with Christianity, we understand that this right here, best practices, way to live our life, and we know that in doing so, there will be a consequences if you don't do it, regardless of deity. I'm not even talking about God. Again, I'm just going back to best practices. All right. Yeah. We all know that it's best practice not to lie, because that ends up causing you to be known as someone dishonest and untrustworthy. Well, where do we know that from? Oh, the Bible tells us that, right? We know that you shouldn't, murder, right? Where did we learn that from? Oh, the Bible tells us where there's consequences for it too. So again, by you saying that you just know, you are the only person, you're the divinity of knowledge or whatever, just is you. You don't know that because you are taught. You are taught these things. You were taught not to lie. You were taught not to steal. You were why?
Well,
again,
all
these things you were taught. And again, it goes back to why. The Bible tells you why.
Wait, so Glenn, wait, respectfully, right? He said 2,000 years ago.
No, he said 205 years ago.
No,
he said
2,500 years ago, meaning that he was 500,
I thought you said
500 years before Christ was born. That's why I was asking the question, what were they doing before all Christianity and all the things that came?
Well, we have historical documents, right? That even prove that we have tribes and what were happening during those tribes, right? Until when we got Moses giving it the law in Leviticus, we see what happened there with the tribes. And there's also, you just want to remove the Bible, you have the book of Enoch, you have other holy documents that all kind of confirm the same thing, what was going on.
So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing, right? If we went to 200 years ago, that would be easy. We would have a bunch of Christians running around practicing slavery and brutality, right? This is what they were doing under the banner of their worldview. Enslaving people, beating people, selling people, raping people, right?
We also see that in an agnostic worldview in other parts of the world too, right?
But in an agnostic worldview, we wouldn't have to do any of that. There's no proof to suggest that we would do any of that. There would be no justification for it. We don't have a book
that you wouldn't.
Or a manual.
Actually, if anything, we have a historic that you did.
Hold on, I gave you a lot of time. Hold on. You don't have a book. We don't have a book or a manual that says it's okay for you to do these atrocities under my name.
There's no book or manual that says that it's okay to do. The Bible doesn't say it's okay to do.
It absolutely is when it tells you to submit to your worldly masters.
Yes, you know what that also means. You submit to
means.
Do you know what you do? You submit to the world. You submit to the worldly masters every day. When you decide not to speed, when you decide to obey the law, when you decide to drive with a license, when you decide not to murder, you submit to the worldly masters too. Holy shit, you're doing a whole lot of submitting there, buddy.
Thank you for admitting that it's more than one interpretation, which is my problem with the book in the first place.
It's not, because you're trying to point to slavery.
You just said also means. You just said that.
Meaning, and the real meaning, again, the slavery back then, how it's supposed to be, if it was applied correctly, there wasn't abuse your slaves. That's not in the Bible. It says that do not do those things. It tells you that. Again, back to operator error, somebody trying to not apply what is actually written.
Absolutely, but you are saying that it justifies slavery.
Abuse your slaves. Nowhere in the Bible says abuse slaves.
Look, guys, we're going to.
But you are saying that it justifies slavery, though.
Guys, if you're going to continue the slavery line as a point of accuracy, the only countries right now that have actual slaves are Muslim countries. They're not biblical countries, and that exists today. So let's stop the intellectual dishonesty and please use arguments about how Christianity affects the worldview today. I understand that we want to go back to 200 years, but that is not the discussion topic. Let's stay on topic.
So we are though, right? Like in my opinion, we are, right? And because I'm highlighting the problem with the text itself, I'm highlighting the problem with the book itself, I'm highlighting the problem with the religion. Right? It's because when you read it, you can take away from it these things instead of it saying, don't ever have slaves, don't ever, under no circumstances, no matter what, kill people. I have sat on panels with Christians who subscribe to the Christian world view who tell me that there's a difference between murder and killing. So when the Ten Commandments says thou shalt not kill, well, it don't mean murder. That's a Christian in their overview, and he wants to keep trying to make it seem like it's the person, but it also has to be something with the religious in the text itself. That when you look at Christianity, particularly as practiced in Western culture, there is no accountability. Everybody gets to do whatever they want to do and be as free as they want to be under the banner of Christianity.
You're only referring to Protestants.
You could keep saying that, but then the whole country must be goddamn Protestants.
No, the Protestants
everybody is just doing what they want to do.
But you're saying that you're trying to say it in entirety. Well, one, do you eat meat?
Absolutely.
Oh, so then it's not thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder, because you kill animals to eat meat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's not the kill part. You know, it's thou shalt not murder. That's the difference, right?
Really? Does the King James Version say thou shalt not murder?
The trend, I can pull it up.
I can too. We both know what it says. So
both of you have one Google it option where you can literally go and Google it and see where is there if you want.
To me, that's a lesser issue. The real issue is, again, back to the argument is, how does a Christian worldview benefit or an agnostic worldview benefit America or the world in hand? Well, at least the Christian worldview is talking about be fruitful and multiply. It talks about supporting nuclear family, patriarchy, everything that we see that's not being applied today worldwide. We see what happens in those nations that collapse. All right. So we have the worldview today. Christianity is not the worldview that America is applying, because we actually see what's going on with it. We see a problem with feminism. We see a problem with lack of a birth rate. Birth rate across the world is going down. But what does Christianity say? Christianity says be fruitful and multiply. Christianity says honor thy mother and father. Christianity says there's a hierarchy and authority and position based off of your place in the family, right? So Christianity supports a nuclear family.
Okay, but Glenn, here's the problem.
Can we all say right? The destruction of those things that we have seen the downcline in society overall?
Okay, well,
an agnostic worldview doesn't have that.
No, man, because the way that when I make the argument about what's happening, you want to keep making the argument that it's the people and not the worldview, right? But the problem is this: you're saying the Christian worldview, right? In 2024, you know what that means? That means Christ. That doesn't mean the whole Bible, right? So people are going to tell you that the Bible itself is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the red letters, because that's actually following Christ. So if Christ didn't say it, then it don't actually matter, because that's a part of the new covenant. And all these other bullshit ass excuses that people come up with to beat folks up with the Bible, but not practice it in total them fucking selves.
Again, that goes back to the individual. The individual.
So if Christ is the real authority, then he doesn't mention half the other bullshit that's mentioned in the Bible that you're supposed to follow that would be a part of the Christian worldview. This, again, was why the text is problematic. Every time you bring up anything, lady, you're on your period. You're not supposed to lay in the same bed with your husband. Well, Christ didn't say that. The Ten Commandments, that Christ didn't say that. Right? This is why the religion itself is problematic.
No,
if you can't figure out on your own and think for yourself between right and wrong, or how you should or should not treat people, then that's fucking problematic to me. That you need a book or a deity to confirm to you what is right or wrong is just goddamn childish at this point.
Well, if that's the case, why do we have laws? We have laws because of that same thing. Holy shit. We have laws because that teaches you how to treat people.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then you do need a book. There's this big ass book called The Laws.
Actually, but
there's a big ass book called The Laws, and it tells you everything that you can and cannot do legally. So you do need a book. So you
what percentage of our laws are in the book?
Jesus? Okay, for one, you can't say that all Christians say this, because that's not, you're trying to lump up one person's interpretation and say that's everybody. Nobody's saying that, oh, only the red letters matter. I don't know that. I have not heard anybody that say only the red letters matter. I don't know people that say that. And I have not come across a Christian that said that only the red letters matter.
Yeah. Listen,
okay, so if
red letters, the new
that's still an
covenant.
individual. You're still talking about an individual's personal interpretation. That's
Which
again
is what
back
makes it
to
problematic.
operator error. So operator error again, but you cannot account for moving forward. The worldview of Christianity is support of the nuclear family, support of a patriarchal system, support of loving wives correctly, loving your children correctly, raising your children correctly. There's a structure there, but you cannot support that an agnostic worldview holds that same worldview or has anything that promotes that. What we see right now with the birth rate dropping, the only people that seem to be multiplying in America are Christians. Because everybody else is trying to cut off their tallywhackers and making them teas and everything else. So again, the only course that we see here is Christianity is talking about bringing the nuclear family back.
Okay, so the only reason why you can make this argument,
no more broken homes. That
so,
again,
the only reason why you can make this argument, Glenn, is because we don't have a book, right?
No,
and that's because
you don't know.
Hold on, Glenn. Watch the clock. I've been giving you a lot of time. Now be quiet, Glenn. The only reason why you can make this argument is because in your mind we don't have a book, right? So I had a conversation earlier with my mom, right? And she talked about how she, has been studying about the atheist and agnostic and all these different worldviews because it's a part of her training to become a preacher or whatever it is that she's doing, right? And I'm like, well, who wrote these books that you're fucking reading? They can't speak for everybody. See, and that's the problem. Your book is trying to speak for everybody, and everybody obviously cannot subscribe to all of that bullshit in there. It's too much. You're asking so much of these people that they won't ever be able to attribute all of their faculties to. They won't ever be able to do it. It's too much. And so that's what I'm saying. From an agnostic point of view, there is nothing inhibiting me being pro-marriage, pro-family, pro-life, pro any of these things. There's nothing prohibiting me. There's no book, no text that I have to rely on in order to substantiate what my beliefs or my ideas are. And I think that makes my worldview stronger than yours because I don't need anybody else to justify it. I can do that for myself.
Oh, yeah.
Or validate it.
So yeah, you don't need anybody to justify. So now we have chaos because nobody is operating under the same worldview. Okay,
even under the Christian Foundation, we have that same chaos.
At least with the Christian Foundation, we know that you don't have again.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this.
So hold on, no. You
said everything you was gonna say.
Hold on.
You don't have to repeat it.
Beans. He gave you time. You give him time.
No, absolutely. But he's about to say the same thing.
What were I going to say? You know what? You have a book that knows how to read my mind?
Let's go.
No, just play. Go ahead.
Beans,
but I'm saying, go ahead. You got your minute.
Moving forward, because that's the whole question: is how does it overall impact the worldview? What's the worldview that benefits? What worldview benefits humanity better? I would say the worldview that benefits humanity better are the one that actually supports life, right? That supports community, which we see the Bible does, that supports honor and authority and has a structural system. Now you're saying not everybody can subscribe to what's being accepted. So I guess it's too hard not to, I don't know, lie, murder, cheat on somebody, beat our, children, beat our wives. I guess it's too hard for you in your worldview. You're like, no, fuck that. Don't need that shit. I'm going to just make up my own shit. So then, okay, so now you got people doing whatever they want with no structure. Yeah, that sounds like a great worldview to have because now nobody's on the same page with anything.
No, so again,
also the topic is another worldview better? It is a Christian worldview good for society? Otherwise, we're gonna start talking about Muslims and all kinds of other different religions, and that's gonna take all frigging night. So let's just stick to. Is Christianity good for society? That's the topic. Let's stay on topic. You guys keep going far afield, and let's just bring it back.
That's not true, right?
It's about worldviews. Like we're talking about It's
Christianity versus agnosticism.
versus agnosticism. Yes.
So it's not just Christianity. It's Christianity. Which worldview is better, Christianity or agnosticism? Which is exactly why I wanted to kind of transfer over to the agnostic side, right? And then give Glenn, because he's been in defense this whole time, in defense of Christianity. So I wanted to give him a chance to go on the offense with me, and I'll have to defend agnosticism. However, and I know this is odd, Fatty, I need to take a 2-minute bathroom break.
No, it's totally fine. I'm going to stop and I'm going to do for a commercial break because we are on hour 1. We have one more hour to go, and then we go.
I appreciate y'all. I'll be right back.
No, thank you very much. And podcast conceded the ran away. Glenn won the debate. First time we're doing.
Did he rage quit? He rage quit.
This is a rage quit.
Beans rage quitted.
He went. I know he's right now on ChatGPT trying to find a way to get away with it. Once again, I appreciate you, friends, for the cash apps, the super chats, and all that. The last 30 minutes of the show, we are going to make sure to answer all of your questions. I have a couple of questions for the people too. Thank you very much, Lauren. Great for being here and help us moderate. I'm going to drop Greed Podcast and Glenn on all the chats. Please go ahead and follow the people that you don't follow. There's 276 people watching. I appreciate y'all. I hope you guys had a great weekend. So please go ahead and follow the links that we are releasing right now. So I already got Greed. I already got Glenn. And last but not least,
is
you can say your cash app is fine.
No.
I'm just dope conversations deserve dope donations. Podcast too, so please go ahead and follow. And if you guys are bored and want to have fun, our Discord is popping every day, all day. So please go ahead and follow the Discord. 2 things. Once again, $20 and up. We're going to read the questions on the last 30 minutes of the show. Greed, Lauren, and me will have a chance to ask questions to both of them. Okay. And if you want to open Shadow Realm where everything goes, even though Glenn and Podcast are actually doing pretty good, you know what it is, $100 and the Shadow Realm is open, the clock stops, and the gloves are off.
Now I bring your death.
We already reached the membership goals today. 250 memberships from Judah, Carl Anderson, and Dark Relief. So appreciate you, fellas. Thank you very much for the 15 memberships.
Evacuate the city. Engage all defenses. Give this man a shield.
Thank you very much. Podcast is back. I don't know if Glenn is back or no. It probably went ahead and get another bottle of Gatorade. We're ready to go. The clock stopped at 1 hour and 3 minutes. So we're just waiting for Glenn so we can move along.
Brother.
Glenn is here.
Man, it's silly.
You guys are ready for the second part?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
It's time
Please, let's go ahead. 1 hour and 3 minutes. We have 33 minutes before we get to the question from the moderators and the fans. $20 are up from all the platforms. You can send to Glenn, to Grid, or to podcast. We are going to answer them anyway. Let me keep rolling. Go ahead.
Okay, so Glenn, I got a couple of scriptures here. One is Luke 14:11. For all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. That was said to have been spoken by the very Christ believers' feigned belief in, right?
What was it again? Luke what?
Luke 14:11. Right?
14 verse 11.
Mm-hmm. For all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. You have Romans 12:3. Do not think
if we're going to do this, you should go by scripture, and at least tell me what you're trying to get at by just reciting.
Well, yeah, so I'll do it that way. I was just going to read the scriptures and then give you the statement, right?
Yeah, but again, context does matter. So
yeah, I'll do it your way, but I'm just saying I was just trying to get the scriptures out the way. I was reading them more specifically.
Okay, go ahead, reading scripture. That's fine. We'll do it that way.
So Romans 12, do not think yourselves more highly than you ought, but rather think of yourself.
Romans 12, what?
Romans 12:3. Do not think of yourself more highly than you ought, but rather think of yourself with sober judgment, right? And then Ephesians 4:2 says, Romans 12:16. Humility involves living in harmony with one another and not being proud. The reason why I'm highlighting these scriptures is because I believe there is a level of humility in agnosticism that escapes the majority of so-called Christians. Ironically, while the very text they subscribe to calls for such humility, right? And I'm saying to myself, well, isn't this more a better worldview? If my worldview as an agnostic, right, I can absolutely practice humility. There's nothing standing in the way for me to practice it. There's no text or book or preacher or any other thing to prevent me from having this information for myself, to practice humility when we see this is escaping from the Christian and those who would practice the Christian worldview. So do you not see, or would you even concede that humility is not a component of Christianity, and therefore you don't have to be prescribed to Christianity to practice humility?
Well, I would say you wouldn't know what humility is without Christianity. You could know what false humility is. You could know what a tainted understanding of it is, or you could just have your own interpretation as your worldview holds. It could be whatever you mean it to be, because you're the one, as you said, you're the source of your own understanding and framework. So the problem with that is that you lack the definition and understanding of what that said thing is. Because again, the question would go back to, can you present a logical reason then, for abstract laws of logic? Well, you can't. So if you can't even get something that foundational, then how can you, without a Christian worldview, then how could you understand humility or anything else, like even more complex or even more expanded upon? If you can't understand, give me an answer for basic things like understanding the laws of logic without a Christian worldview, well, then aren't you struggling with understanding humility, what it actually means, and having a definition behind it that is universal and accepted? Because your worldview says that you could just whatever you want it to mean. You just know what things are, and it's just to be. You don't need to be taught. Your experience is going to tell you, dictate what it's going to be. What?
Right. So that's not how the worldview works, right? And that's the point about agnosticism, which I think is
actually. But where's your reference point? Where's your reference point to this understanding?
Experience in teaching.
So one experience is different than another.
Experience in teaching from those who came before you, as you stated earlier, right?
Like in the Bible.
So what I'm saying is this: you're to suggest that I wouldn't be able to know what humility was without the existence of a Bible is naive at best or disingenuous at worst, right?
Well, you wouldn't be able to. You can't even understand the laws of logic, how one can come to a conclusion without Christ. You can't even make an argument for that because no agnostics can. They haven't been able to. So if you can't understand that, then how would you understand what this word humility means when there's no logical argument that can support that? You can define logic without God, without a Christian worldview.
Well, that's insane for you to say that
Okay,
out
then
loud,
prove it.
right? Because the Christianity worldview itself.
Can you then answer this question? Can you give us through your worldview, present a logical reason on how the world can account for abstract law of logic?
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what you mean by that. But this is what I will do. I'll say that's insane to me, seeing as how the Christian worldview is absent of logic. It's literally absent of logic. It wants you to accept and believe things that we all know is impossible, things that won't happen, things you can't do in real life. You're not walking on water. You're not turning water into wine. You're not doing any of these things. You're not changing the world.
Miracle of Jesus.
You're not changing the world by praying. You all have been praying for thousands of years at this point. And the world, according to you, is in shambles. Not only that, your book tells you that the world is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse, and you still pray against it as if it's going to get better.
It tells us that it does get better.
Yes, after it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and you haven't gotten the signs yet that those worse times have come to pass.
But again,
you're still praying for things to get better.
Arguing. You're trying to fight the religion, but you're still not even arguing about your worldview being better. I'm saying.
I'm literally because I'm saying my worldview is absent of that necessity.
Your worldview doesn't have a worldview unless you have a foundation, and your worldview's foundation is built upon what was taught before you, which comes down to the principles of Christianity, what was taught before your worldview. Because I guarantee somewhere in your family line, there was some form of Christian foundation that was applied, and that's the you actually stand on. And you're trying to say, well, I just know. No, you know because someone taught you Christian worldview and you apply it in your own life.
And I abandoned it.
That's exactly what I did. Own life.
Yes, when I realized it was delusional and not serving my life,
right now, you still apply it in your own life.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
see,
so
you're only saying that because you're giving it the credit for the ideas, which is asinine at best.
I'm giving it the credit because you can't point to any other way that you found the laws that you abide by today without saying that Christian worldview.
I absolutely can.
Okay, so prove it. How can you prove that? So how did you know not to murder?
Because I knew I didn't want to be murdered.
How did you know not to murder?
Because I knew I didn't want to kill anybody. I knew I didn't want to be murdered.
You knew that? Or did somebody tell you? You said you weren't taught that. You weren't taught. No, that wasn't. You weren't taught by laws like, oh, that's bad. You go to jail for that. That's a crime. You never were taught that.
It's not about whether or not I taught. It's about whether or not I accepted it, and I didn't.
I said taught it. You said we were learned by we're taught.
It's not about whether or not I was taught. It's about whether or not I accepted it. I didn't accept it.
Then you think it's okay to murder?
I did, Nick. No, I don't. That's the point. The first time a gun was put into my hand. Let me answer you. The first time a gun was put into my hand and I was pointed and they told me to go shoot, I intentionally missed. And that's all it took for me to understand that was not something I wanted to be a part of. It didn't have anything to do with what was in the Bible, what my mama said.
Where were you taught that this is wrong? Why were you taught that?
Well, because they apparently they assumed it was wrong.
Where did they get that from?
I was taught that gangbanging was wrong. I still did.
Where were taught that murdering people is wrong?
Absolutely, until it's time for war.
And then again, right? So that's the point. It's
murder.
War is not murder.
At a very young age.
Again, you could go back to say war is not murder. Murder is very defined. There's a definition for murder. Mm-hmm. All right, war is not murder.
Okay. War is not murder, but the scripture itself says, "Thou shalt not kill."
And it also says the translation. If you want to go in there, we could go to the Greek and the Hebrew, and I can show you that the word is actually murder.
Okay, thank you. So you just proved my point that people have been translating the Bible wrong. And
no, I just proved your point. That I didn't prove any point. Prove that the word meaning the Hebrew and English is no. We know that there's no word for word translation.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that
you're arguing right now that they got it wrong.
No, I'm already going that the typing of that translation is incorrect, but it means murder.
So it
what does that
should
point
say
out?
murder, but it says kill, which means they interpreted it wrong. Because you can't
No,
tell me
that's not the same, because
every
the word,
book
if you
over
say
a
kill,
1,000-year
but
period.
that means they would never have been eating meat. Then nobody would have eaten any meat ever if it was thou shalt not kill. But we know they went fishing,
Well,
right?
that's
We know
not
they
true, 'cause
killed the
there's
fish.
scripture in the New
They killed the
Testament
fish to eat the fish. We know
There's
that
a
they go
scripture in the New
hunting.
Testament
We know
that
that
says
you
you can eat
eat
whatever
meat.
you wanna
So
eat.
if it was thou shalt not murder or kill, then that means you can't kill life. Period. Right? That means no. Don't be plucking no watermelons off the vine. Don't be eating no grapes, because that's killing the fruit off the vine. Don't be killing no animals, because you know what, you got to eat, right? But you can't eat meat. Kill, that does not mean the same thing.
Okay, but what's your argument for a person not being able to understand that absent
People
of the
do
religion?
understand
You're just
that.
saying
That's
that
the
they
thing.
wouldn't.
No, I'm saying that you don't know that you shouldn't do that. Why? Because you know that it's against the law. You were taught that it's against the law. You were taught that it's wrong. Where did that come from? In this nation, the foundation of it is a Christian worldview. So you cannot be saying that you would have known that outside of what you've been taught. Well, you already said you've been taught this. Well, why you were taught that? Because the foundation of this nation has been a Christian worldview. So you've been taught a Christian worldview, and you've been living by a Christian worldview, regardless if you want to say that you have it or not. But every law that you abide by, the foundation of that law is from a Christian worldview, which you understand and you haven't broken.
But you're making the argument as if people won't exist outside of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're making the argument as if
I'm saying that you
remove
can't give
Wait,
me a
man, come on,
worldview
you gotta be
outside of
respectful.
it.
We debating, but you got to be respectful now. You're making the argument as if I was born outside of the Christian worldview, there would be no resource there to let me know that these things were right or wrong. You have no proof of that. None.
You have no proof that there is.
All you're doing is going off of your
But
belief.
what proof do you do that there is?
Belief.
You're talking about a hypothetical.
Absolutely, but you're saying
But
your
we're
belief,
talking about
right?
reality.
No, but I'm saying you're the one who's doing the hypothetical.
No,
Because there's
I'm just saying in
absolutely
America
been a
you
time
can't
in
prove
this
that.
world, Glenn, there's absolutely been a time in this world where people existed outside of
We're
the
talking about
fucking Bible
America.
being written, bro.
Again,
Come on,
the
man.
foundation of your
Let's not
argument
be
was here in
disingenuous.
America.
Absolutely, but that's what I'm saying. You're making it seem like
But now
it's
you're talking about the
impossible.
world.
You're arguing for me. We're arguing for worldview. That's
Yes,
what I'm
and
saying.
actually the worldview that we were talking about, as you said in the beginning, we were talking about, since you don't know other worldviews, you haven't been to you haven't traveled a whole lot. You're talking about in America. So again, we're keeping it here in America, right?
Absolutely. So
Okay,
that's my
so
point.
this
You're
whole
arguing
American,
about
the whole
me.
American
You're arguing
project.
about me.
Yes, and again, the end starts from the individual. The whole American worldview project has been Christian worldview. The foundation has been a Christian
That's
worldview.
cool.
So everything that you know has been taught from a Christian worldview.
Absolutely, but that's about Christianity, not about
No,
people.
it's a worldview.
I got you, but that's about
The laws that we
Christianity.
live by,
Man,
are
that's not gonna help
foundational
you.
to a Christian
We
worldview.
might as well let each other talk. That's not gonna help you. I promise you, Glenn. In real life, we're talking about Christianity, right? So, and then we're talking about
No, we're talking about
Christianity
Christian
as it pertains
worldview.
to the Western world.
We're talking about Christian
right?
worldview, not Christianity.
Okay, cool. But we're talking about Christianity as and the Christian worldview, and we're talking about it as it pertains to Western world and specifically
And are you
America,
not living in a Western
right?
world society?
You're making the argument that I can't know. That's your argument, is that I can't know because I was born in America. That's not an argument that nobody could ever know, though.
No, I
Which
said
doesn't
you-
support your
again,
argument for the worldview.
You can't give
actually,
me.
it was you limited it to the U.S. And can you both
just
recite
acknowledged
Can you recite
The Pledge of Allegiance?
for me?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the republic
Thank
for which
you.
it stands, again, one nation under God.
Right. Again, so this is what's crazy about this. Your
Foundational.
argument is that I can't know, right? But we're talking about worldview. You just said that yourself. So therefore, the
Again,
agnostic
the
worldview
argument, again,
is
the
not.
context.
Glenn, you're not fucking Andrew. We're not doing this shit.
No,
We
I'm not
gonna let
Andrew.
each other
But you,
fucking
again,
talk,
you
man.
can't keep on saying
Don't let each other
worldview,
talk,
but you
bro.
don't even know any other worldview but a Christian
We're gonna
worldview.
let each
That's
other
the
talk,
foundation.
bro.
Let's do one mic at a time. At least 30 seconds.
Right,
At least
we gonna
30
let
seconds
each
of
other
a
talk,
minute.
bro. Like we're not gonna win like that. Okay,
Fine,
so
go ahead.
So this is what I'm saying. You're arguing that I can't know because I was born in America under a quote unquote Christian country, right? But the argument is about the agnostic worldview. So if that's the case, if you can't concede that the worldview is what we're arguing and not me, then the debate is over. because I have to be able to argue from the agnostic worldview. And by your argument right now, the worldview, your argument right now is saying that the agnostic worldview can't even exist because of the fact that it was because it happened. A person lives in a country that's Christian. That's fucking insane.
Let me
Glenn.
let me actually, I want this to be open to a worldview and not an American view, because it doesn't make sense to be an American view. Christianity was here way before the United States was founded. The United States was occupied by England. So there's a bunch of things that happened before that can either substantiate both of your points. You guys locking yourself on the United States view is asinine, because that way there's no debate to be had, because religion and people that are agnostic lived way before the foundation of the country. That makes no sense at all. Why you guys locked the
reason is because he said that he doesn't know any other world.
No, I know it was his words. Yes, I know his words.
So by saying that, right, and for him to say that he would know things without from a different worldview. Well, no, his agnostic worldview that he lives by in this country. His foundation is based off of a Christian worldview. Everything that he was taught about how to operate and live in society with other people was founded on a Christian worldview, because that's the laws that govern us based off of this nation. So you don't know anything outside of that, because all you know is what you have been taught, which has been obey these laws that are based off of a Christian foundational worldview.
Absolutely. But here's the question. Hold on, Fatty.
No, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just saying I will give you the opportunity, podcast, because you said to close it out, to open it, or to leave it on the United States worldview. You have the choice. If Glenn agrees, we go with that. Just to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, the thing about it is this. So, because I don't mind conceding to certain things. The argument that Glenn made earlier, right, that it wasn't a Bible argument, but it was a people argument. There's no need to expand it to the world, because he can just use that same argument for everywhere we go. Anywhere I go and highlight what's wrong with the people, he can just use that same argument. So it really doesn't make a difference, right? But just in order to be concise, right? And I don't want to, this was happening in Israel, and this what was happening over here. And that's a waste of time to me. We might as well just stay where we live at, right? So that's why. But here's the thing though, Glenn. So let's just be honest, right? What I'm saying is this. If you look at the agnostic worldview, I would have to concede, right, if you say that it's founded on the Christian teachings, right, because of the fact that I live in America. But the fact of the matter is that you still have a choice. By your own account, you're saying that the book isn't the problem, the people are. So that shows you that people still have the choice, because we are autonomous beings. And then since you have a Christian worldview, I'm assuming you believe in free will. Right. So I still, regardless to what was ever told to me, had a choice from day one, whether or not I was going to oblige by what was told to me. I am able to make my own choices via my free will, not given to me by God, but given to me by living and breathing, to say whether or not I believe or subscribe to those things that were taught to me. Right. So that's why I'm saying, even if you take that away from me, then I can't argue from the agnostic worldview. Just being born in a specific country would eliminate anybody having any other worldview. And I have family members myself, and I know there are people who were born in this very country who are not only agnostic, but they're also atheists, but they're also Muslim. Not everybody subscribes to the ideology that was taught by Christianity. Not to mention, it is not the fucking authority on what's right and wrong. We have to argue from that point, because we have to subscribe to your belief of man was born of dirt by God and then breathed life, and then a woman came from the rib and all that shit that you can't prove, by the way, right? Or we can just say, well, science says men have been around for tens of thousands of fucking years. And I'm pretty sure people been knew things like humility and damn, it hurts real hard when you hit me with that rock. I shouldn't do that. Right. So that's my argument. You have to concede to allow the agnostic worldview to exist outside of the Christianity.
And I'm saying the agnostic worldview doesn't exist without the Christian foundation.
Let me ask.
Because you don't have one. You're again, the agnostic worldview is I don't know.
Let me ask a question to Glenn.
I don't have one.
And to podcast, because you guys are repeating the same thing. Glenn, do you think agnostic can have a moral compass?
I think without a Christian worldview, no.
Yeah, that's
so without I don't think morality can be done without Christianity. I think what we know as ethics, you have ethics, but morality, you can't have morality without God.
Without Christianity or without religion? Like without Christianity or religion?
Without the Christian God.
That is wild. How can you
that's very
but how can you concede to ethics and then make the argument that it's not moral?
Because ethics is not morals.
But the study of ethics is literally the study of moral theories. That's exactly
where do you get morals from?
Glenn, you're on some bullshit. You don't believe
you don't know anything about that. Again, you don't know. Your worldview says I don't know. I can point to somewhere I do know.
Let's go to podcast. Bullet points, not like bullet points. Do you have clear indications that an agnostic worldview will be better than Christian worldview on A, B, C, D? Like you have a 3, 2, 1 bullet point that you can clearly show that is better, because Glenn is kind of being on the defense. So I wanted you to kind of.
Right now I'm defending agnostic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what I was doing on purpose, right? But no, I only have the one statement, which is that I believe agnosticism allows for pragmatic thought without necessitating improbable beliefs, such as walking on water and resurrections and splitting of seas, right? The fact that I can be a moral, just person of my own free will, of my own volition. I don't need a God. I don't need a book. I don't need a preacher. Don't need 3 Hail Marys. I can do it on my own. Go ahead.
We got that, but can you close it, right? Can you say this is something that is being pushed by a Christian worldview? I think agnostic worldview would replace this with X and actually will work better. Like you have at like one of those points.
No, I just taking away from the delusional part. To me, the delusional part of what you have to accept mentally in order to be a Christian, to me, I think it's just very problematic. It creates too much room for you to allow for yourself to be mentally controlled in a way, right? You become more of a minion than you are a human being, and you're saying, oh yes, I believe that, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego danced in the cave with this spirit and all this other shit. I believe in virgin births. I believe in all this stuff that is impossible. Take one loaf of bread and turn it into many. All this other shit. It just, you open up the door for delusion, and I think that's why we see a lack of accountability. One of the reasons why we see a lack of accountability in Christians, whereas for an agnostic person, there is no excuse. None at all. He can make the argument that we say that we don't know, but there's also no excuse. We don't have a book that provides us with justifications for our behaviors.
Last question to Glenn before I let you guys go. Again, we have 10 minutes before the questions, $20 and up. We're going to read it. Glenn, do you think the book or the religion takes accountability of the human per se? Or do you think he actually helps him be accountable?
I think that, again, the book, the Bible, regardless if you decide to want to not believe in Jesus walking on water and all that stuff, you cannot refute that it's good for best practices, a best way to live one's life. Okay? You can't say that, being a monogamous and loving your wife and not murdering people and not stealing and not being a liar are, those type of instructions are not good for society, for humanity, for community, for nations to abide by. We get that from the Bible. We see that in the Bible. And again, holding on to his original argument of understanding he's coming from America's experience, we see that in America that the nation was founded upon those beliefs which were given to us from the Bible, which they received from the Bible. So just from that perspective, anyone that agrees that under that foundation, we all accepted a biblical worldview. Just because he chooses not to believe in the divinity of Christ is irrelevant. But to say that the Christian worldview is wrong, he can't prove that, because his own worldview that he has lived on in this country has been founded upon the worldview from the Bible, the best practices. He wants to argue the divinity, and that's fine. That's a whole nother conversation. But to say the practicing of this worldview is not beneficial to society is asinine because he doesn't have a worldview that says otherwise without saying it accepts the biblical worldview as a foundation. That's all I'm saying. His own worldview is the foundation of it is the acceptance of the best practices from a Christian worldview.
Podcast.
Yeah. So in order for him to make this argument, he has to make the argument that the principles, right, or the practices in the Bible were created in the Bible. And there's no room for that. Like, this is what I mean about the delusion. In order for you to think that the idea that you shouldn't harm people, right? You shouldn't kill or murder, whichever word you want to use, that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife, that you shouldn't lie or steal, right? Any of these things, that it took biblical text to be created in order for people to have an understanding that that's what should happen, is asinine, like you said earlier, at best, right? Not to mention the fact that my ideology, which is agnosticism, allows for all religion text to be interpreted for myself, right? So I can be an omnist, right? If I chose to be as an agnostic, as it pertains to studying and practicing the principles of the Bible, the Quran, whatever the hell Jews use, what's the other one? The Buddhists, right? As a non-Christian worldview holder, I am allowed to subscribe to all of those and become an omnist in that measure. And I can practice the best things from each one of those. And I don't have to be subscribed to one particular thing and force myself to ignore information that may be beneficial to my life.
So you're saying picking and choosing that's what you're going to do to your worldview. Oh, I like a little bit of this in this worldview. I like a little of this in this worldview. But the problem is that's where you get conflicting worldviews, because none of the worldviews are consistent with one another. And you're actually doing the same thing that you accuse Christians of doing, of picking and choosing certain things they want to accept and believe. So I don't know what you're no different. Your worldview is no different than the Christians that you actually complain about.
That's the first good argument that you've made all night long. That's a great argument. And I'm gonna say it out loud. You know why? Because it doesn't work, though. And the reason why it doesn't work is because my worldview allows for that and yours doesn't. That's
so
the
your
point.
allows for inconsistencies.
Your worldview is a Christian worldview, which means you're supposed to be subscribed to that book from front to back. Everything in it. Practice it. Don't make no missteps. Get it done. That's what you're supposed to do. But my worldview allows for me to be able to say, you know what, this Proverbs 31, I love that. I'm gonna look for that kind of woman. This Ephesians 6.
Why would you accept that? Why would you accept that? Because that's what God says.
Because
that's the God that you still
biblical.
believe that says. But why would you believe anything in the Bible? Because that's the God that you said that doesn't exist. What was the point?
Because God didn't say it. Man did. That's the point.
God inspired it. God inspired
that's a belief.
man to write it down.
Yeah,
so,
see, that's
so then again,
it's
it's still God. It's derivative from God. It comes from God. It's inerrant. To say anything, you want to subscribe to anything in the Bible, you have to understand that, this Bible, right, from this worldview says that this was given to us by God. It was inspired by God for us. And it's inerrant and flawless. So if you're going to say, I believe that this one scripture is true and this one scripture is sound, right? But they're gonna say, this is not. So now you're picking and choosing, you're cherry picking.
Yes.
And then what you're gonna end up having is not a cohesive worldview, because you're gonna have a conflicting worldview, because you're gonna adopt something from over here that's gonna conflict with this one over here that you adopted. So then you don't have a cohesive, concise worldview, you have chaos.
I'm glad you said that. See, that's the difference between my worldview and yours. See, in my worldview, I don't have to accept the conflicting things, but see, you do. No matter
I don't have
what
to accept the conflicting things at all. There's nothing conflicting in the Bible.
Okay, well, according to you, right? Not to some, but according to you. But even if there are conflicting things in the Bible, right? People say all the time the Bible isn't meant to be taken literally and everything, right? It's a lot of analogies.
Again, I said, even if you're looking from best practices, one source tells you the best practices of life. You're going to go pick and choose a bunch of different sources that
absolutely, because I can pick the one that makes the most sense.
To be conflicting. So
no, but I can pick the one that makes the most sense for me, Glenn. You see how that works? So
then you're God.
To something
so you're God.
that isn't actually applicable to my life.
So you're God, but you didn't create
No,
the
no,
laws that you
no.
govern you.
Technically, yes, I am God. But the fact of the matter, don't laugh at me. But the fact of the matter is this.
Hey,
though,
just get
think about
him.
it.
Don't miss me.
Think about it like
that
this.
guy.
I can make this argument. Agnosticism is not responsible for any. I will make this argument, and I am going to be hyperbolic. Agnosticism is not responsible for any self-deletions. I can make an argument that Christianity is responsible for a whole lot of self-deletions because people are trying to apply this book and all of its narratives to their life, and when it doesn't fit,
So you're
they
gonna say you're gonna
take
blame
themselves out.
worldview,
And
or
that's the kind of
religion,
harm that religion does to people.
I would actually say that agnosticism is responsible for self-deletions because they don't know. But those that do know that God loves them. He loved them so much that he gave his only begotten son, right, to die for their sins, and that there's a promise of salvation and everlasting life. That's what gives hope. What doesn't give hope is I don't know. This world means nothing. I have no purpose for this world. I'm just here and I don't know why I'm here. So let me just go. I'm just going to end it all because I have no fucking purpose in this world. But at least in Christianity, we have purpose. We know why we're here, and we know who loves us, and we know who at the end of the day is going to come save us. At the end of the day, where we see our salvation, and we know that if we apply this Bible, we just live our lives as best as we can to align with this Bible, that there is greatness and a great success for our sacrifice and being obedient to our God. Now you don't know.
Why are most of the
You
people
don't know.
Why are most of the people who delete themselves
why people have no hope and no desire to do anything better for something they don't even know what they're working for or why they're here to work for it?
So why are most of the people who delete themselves Christians, or at least religion in nature? But we can argue.
Are you going to talk about like what people actually are Christians, or are you talking about what they are registered as because of what the popular society is Christian in this nation? Most people assign
your argument all along.
Most people assign themselves to be Christians, but don't even go to church. They just say they're Christians by name. No, I'm not. I'm just saying just because you're saying this because they're Christian, that's just because they say that they align with. But I would say you could say the same thing about yourself because you have subscribed to the laws and the worldview that governs this nation. So, but foundationally, you are
making an argument this time that everything that is foundational about this country is built on Christianity. So you can't
you practice Christianity.
One at a time, guys.
You can't discard those guys now and say that they don't count as a part of your Christian worldview just because they deleted themselves and that's a stain on your belief. You have to accept those guys as well.
I'm not saying that I don't. I'm just saying that if you're going to say, oh, most people in this kill themselves or delete themselves because they're Christian,
at proximity,
well, just because that's not an accurate statement.
But it's already been granted when you took it upon yourself to say that the country is based on that and that most of the people in the country practice that. That was your argument against me when I brought up other religions.
In churches, but I'm saying that those people are not all Christians. I'm saying this nation is founded on a Christian worldview. Biblically speaking, it's the laws and the Christian worldview. That doesn't make everyone a Christian.
So what does?
So, friends, we are 30 minutes in. We are going to engage with the questions. And if we explore all the questions, they can go back and forth until the 30 minutes are on. Okay. Once again, I'm going to drop all the links. Thank you to the 265 people watching. Please go ahead and
this way.
Make your bets. We have 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes to go, friends. 30 minutes to go. You can ask a question $20 and up. No Shadow Realm anymore, so you can't do the Shadow Realm anymore. Okay, 1 minute, and we start the 30 last minutes of the debate.
Welcome, everyone, to the official debate section of the Charter Review.
All right, I didn't come here to argue with you.
Oh, yes, you did. We're having a debate. Debate ain't nothing but an argument.
Doctor, can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? I want debate. I talk the cake. All about cake. Can we debate? Can we debate? Can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? I want debate. I talk the cake. All about cake. Can we debate? Can we debate?
very much. And your rebuttal, Mr. Carville.
We have no response. But that was perfect.
So we are going to start with nothing because Glenn is not here. Actually, let me ask something to. Let me see if I have a question for podcast so we can start there. I already asked this. What are the advantages? Yes, I think most of my questions are for Glenn. Anybody has questions for podcast so we can start there? Lauren and Greed. Go ahead,
Greed.
Lauren.
I know you got something.
Go ahead, Lauren. Then
I feel like the definition of agnostic was not clearly defined because the way Glenn's response.
Damn.
Well, Glenn's responses seem to not really go with what I would have considered to be the definition. So, what is the definition of agnostic?
So the Oxford Languages says a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or anything beyond material phenomenon, right? A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God, right? And so that's why I stated earlier with my personal belief is that I don't have to subscribe to anything. You see what I'm saying? As an agnostic, I'm saying I don't know and I don't want to know, and you can't tell me anything that's going to show me otherwise. You're not going to be able to do it.
Open to the idea that they might be wrong or don't have all the information to make a judgment.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, but that's the point, right? If there was,
again, you seem more atheist because you don't seem open to any ideas that you might be wrong.
No, it's not that I'm not open to it. I'm saying you can't, though. I know you can't. It won't be you, right? As a human being, it won't be you. God could come. That could be something I could probably discover on my own, some sort, because most people, that's their reasoning by why they accept the religion itself. Or, it's my faith, it's my belief, it's been my experience. I've communicated, I've had this, I've had that. Most people are not going to tell you that they subscribe to the religion based on their mother's experiences. Right? It's going to be them. They've had their own experience. So I would genuinely have to have my own experience. There's pretty much nothing that you're going to just say to me that's going to change my mind about it.
Okay. And then my other question was, what is the difference in what your worldview would be currently, like in the present, in regards to like, how does that have anything to do with God? Like, why would there be a difference in you and Christianity, Muslims, Jews? Like, what would be the difference in the worldview if there is no belief in God itself? Like, what does it have to do with the world?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Basically, like it's the same question I ask is, what would change? Look, if we, like, but the problem is, this podcast established that right now we're living on a Christian, like, worldview type of way. It had to be acknowledged first if we have to compare one X to the other. Glenn kind of agrees that we are there. But do you agree that we are there too, podcast?
That we're living in a society
yes.
based on Christian principles.
Yes, worldviews and principles, all that. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, man, it's difficult for me to say that at this point. I mean, to his point, he's saying that we're living at a time where people are telling boys they can be girls. Is that Christian? Right? So, I mean, you can't blame it on the people, but then say that we're still living under Christian authority. You can't have it both ways. We either are or we aren't.
Glenn,
and to me, that has nothing to do with religion.
That's actually not true. You can be a fallen Christian. You can, and your idea, your statement of, and this is, this is separate from the argument. Your statement of is that you have to believe in the whole book or none of the book. I can believe in the book and not live up to it, and that's okay. Imperfection is part of being human. So therefore, and that is in the book. So I reject your argument that is something that would prevent someone from being a Christian. I am a fallen Christian personally. Like I lived for 15 years as a fucking degenerate. I banged everything that would slow down long enough. Right. So I'm just telling you, I was not a good person. I do not consider myself a good person. So, but that doesn't mean I'm not a Christian. I'm in atonement. I'm in repentance, but I'm not a good Christian. So I would reject your statement that we have to live by this book because we fail to live by it all the time. That's irrelevant. But anyway, I shouldn't be.
No, it's fine, great. I'm going to level this up so it doesn't sound unfair. If your instruction manual is what separates you from an agnostic, and you still don't do it, and you fail to comply with the instruction manual, that literally proof, or kind of like Cleaver says, your worldview is not better if most of y'all, because it's most of Christians, are literally not going to follow. I just said this because I just want to play like equal the playing field. After this, I'm going to be very fair and impartial, like a shirtless fat man from Portugal usually is. Let me. Absolutely. Right now it's 5 a.m. Glenn is literally still seeing the sunset, and I'm here with y'all. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it. Let me go to the 20 and up. Okay. Mo says, LOL. He waffling already. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. We have Carl Anderson. He says, the Beans versus Glenn debate support. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. We have JJ Carver. He says, every motive of every modern crime goes directly against Christianity. Claiming that your Christianity is problematic isn't based on anything but your own biases. You can't name a single crime motive that matches the doctrine. Thank you very much, JJ Carver. Still not a question. Let's keep digging. We have DJ M from the This Might Be Risky crew. He says, Glenn, 3K Protestant denominations and largest in the U.S., Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, only the KJV says Easter them. There's a lot of NIV removed 45 verses. Christians seem just as I don't know as the agnostics taught. This is for you, Glenn. Go ahead. What's your thoughts about all of this?
About
like
what?
His statement is Christians seem just as I don't know as agnostics, and he wants your thoughts.
He's talking about one translation, the NIV, the New International Version, removed 45 verses of the scripture, right? And I'm supposed to know why the NIV, its own organization, has decided to remove or combine, because really that's what it is remove or combine would be the proper term or the phrase of it in the Bible, of their translation of the Bible. Well, wouldn't I have to be under those scholars and that commentary?
No. I think his question is, or is implying that even Christians don't agree with each other. Like even Christians are fighting for
like I can tell you right now, like you have like feminism that's infiltrated the church, so they're the egalitarian side of the Protestant church. Again, this was where church history matters, right? Protestants don't have an accountability structure with church history. That's the biggest problem with Protestantism, is that they have no accountability structure. They have nothing to go back to support the church, their pastor's version of what is being interpreted. But with church history, right, like Orthodoxy, they have the writings and the teachings of church fathers to fall back on that support that view. So that's the biggest problem with Protestantism, is the lack of accountability structure within the umbrella. So it's like, like there's a Protestant church almost on every corner, right? You could be in a church and then you could have a beef with the pastor, and then you could say, you know what, I'm leaving this church and go start your own church. Under Protestantism, there's no accountability structure. There's no threshold that you have to meet other than, not even go to Bible college, because there's plenty of pastors. So that's the failings of Protestantism, is that it doesn't have a foundation of accountability like Orthodoxy, or like you could say even Catholicism has a historical count of accountability in the sense of this is what was taught. This is where they get that information from. Protestantism falls short on that.
Just for reference, are most churches Protestants, or is it minority?
A lot of churches in America are Protestant, but then they fall under their own. You got Baptists, right? You got Presbyterians. A lot of the older Orthodoxy, like the Orthodox Presbyterians would more align with the Orthodox Christianity in the sense of that they have more of a historical account of structure. Today, a lot of the evangelical churches do not have that.
Thank you very much.
That will make up the majority of what you see here today.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you very much, DJ Amp. I appreciate it. Let's keep going with Metreon. Thank you very much for the support. He says, Glenn, you keep saying that America was founded on Christian values, but didn't they break those values by stealing the land from the Indians?
I would say no. We see in the Bible it tells them even to go into the promised land, right, and to seize the promised land, right? So stealing, I mean, how do they steal it? They took dominion over it. That's what happens in the world. We see that all the time in nations. So we see that in the Bible numerous times where God instructed them, go take the land, clear the land out of these people. I mean, you can't say it's biblical. It's against the Bible when it's there, right?
Do you want to say anything, podcast? Because you'll see you nodding.
I mean, to me, again, that's why I said it's problematic, because this is the instruction that you're getting from this book, which is supposed to be a book about peace, right? So
who said it was a book about peace?
Well,
Nobody's ever said that.
Well, here's
Nobody
the thing.
said it was a
That's
book
what I'm
about
saying,
peace.
right? Did you see the look on my face? Right. That's what I'm saying. There's so many different
But you're implying that it's supposed to be, and nobody's saying it.
We're not debating anymore. Let me talk.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but nobody's saying it is.
The matter exactly. But that's the point, right? I got a teaching. You got a teaching. Them motherfuckers over there got a teaching. Them people over there got a teaching. That's the problem with the goddamn Christianity as it stands, is that it's too many different teachings from the same book. How are all these people interpreting something different is
Again,
wild.
so you're talking about the individual, though. That's the individual. I mean, people take texts about science and they'll take data, right? And they will teach something incorrectly, skew the data, right? Use the data as a foundation. Okay, here's a perfect example. You can hear a lot of these red pill guys go, well, women ain't marriageable because 70% of women are filing for divorce. So that means all women are just trying to get divorced, right? That's what they're going to do to you. But they don't tell you why these women are getting divorced. They're not talking about like, oh, maybe they were in an abusive relationship, or maybe that their husband left them, and in order to get the divorce and move on with their life, they don't acknowledge the factors, but they just point out that. What I'm pointing out is that they're taking the information and skewing it and twisting it.
That's good. That's an argument
what I'm pointing
earlier, right?
But that's the human.
That's an argument individual earlier. But the problem is that it's affecting millions. You keep trying to make an individual argument, but it's literally
when anybody spews information incorrectly, it affects masses. You're right.
Exactly. That's problem.
It's the human. The person is the problem, not the text.
Let me move up with this because I'm going to go back to the human thing very quickly. Okay. Carl Anderson, $20, says religions, and thank you very much, Matthew, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Religions are witnessing a decline in influence. Young individuals increasingly find them unnecessary. With access to information, the lack of knowledge of our primitive ancestors cannot survive in the era of enlightenment. Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate you. And a late entry, Carl. You cannot claim Christianity is the problem based on people who claim to be Christians but break commandments. Christianity itself did not make them run on a Gucci store and steal bags. Disingenuous argument. Friends, if you guys want to ask questions, okay, if you guys want to have questions, the $20 and up are still up for 17 minutes. I myself have a couple of questions, so I'm going to start with the Christians that don't practice, right? And this is for Glenn podcast, so we can see where we stand. Are self-proclaimed Christians that don't practice Christianity, commandments, and all that, do they have a Christian worldview?
I would say that they have if they are failing. I don't practice everything in the Bible. I fail. I'm not perfect. Show me one person that's perfect that could obey every single law that's written. I jaywalk. I speed. I don't apply every law. So again, the individual is not perfect. Our goal is to try to apply that to be more Christ-like every other next day. That's the goal. It's the journey. It's not like, oh, as soon as I accept that I'm a Christian, I'm going to be able to do everything right 100%. That's not true. And to even think that'd be crazy, because there's only been historically one perfect person on this earth, and that was Jesus himself. So, you know, we already know that we're flawed, and that we already know that we're going to make mistakes. And that our goal is to try to make less mistakes as we get, you know, further in our walk with God, as we grow further in our Christianity.
Podcast?
Man, that's a good question, actually, Fatty. I mean, the emotional part of me wants to say no immediately, right? I think you can absolutely hold the worldview. I didn't necessarily disagree when Grid made his assessment. I just think he might have mischaracterized what I said, because I never made the argument that you couldn't be a Christian, right? But the fact of the matter is that the practice, right, is probable. And I think a lot of that is due to the fact that the text is interpreted in so many different ways. So can they hold the Christian worldview? Yes, I guess, right? Because, and I hate to say this, but to Glenn's point, if the good things that they do come from that text, then that's them subscribing to the Christian worldview. And I can't negate that. But I also have to look at the bad things that they do, and the fact that the religion itself isn't necessarily holding them as accountable as we see other doctrines do, religious or otherwise.
Well, I would say that who's the ultimate judge? Who do Christians believe the ultimate judge is? It's God, right? So God will determine whether you go to heaven or hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
So accountability, that's the accountability at the end of the day. You know, what we may not get, what we may sit in here and think that we don't get away with on earth, we ultimately will face the judgment for these things at the end of the day when we see God. He's going to either tell you, come in, my good and faithful servant, or he's going to tell you, I never knew you. Right. And so that right there is the ultimate judgment. You're also talking about accountability. That's the ultimate accountability.
And that was one of my original arguments, right? Is that people who subscribe to this religion focus so much on the afterlife, right? That's problematic to me, right? For you to think, well, I can move now and do what I want to do, and you know, in the last moment, I can say, Lord, please forgive me, and God will forgive me, because the text say all I have to do is say I believe in Jesus, and he is forgiving me for all my sins, and I get to make it to heaven. Only God can judge me.
What does
right?
belief
all
mean?
Of these different things that people say. And it might, and I'll say this, although I shouldn't, it might not be specific to your community, to be honest with you, Glenn, but in the community with people who look like me, that is exactly what they say. Shit like only God can judge me, God knows my heart, and they use these things in certain texts as an excuse for them to maintain the behaviors that they are, as if, like you say, nobody's going to be perfect. So, you know, I can continue to do this thing, but while I'm doing this thing that I know I'm not supposed to do, I'm going to go over here and whoop these other people though. Hey, the Bible said you ain't supposed to lay with no man. Hey, the Bible said you ain't supposed to eat no pork. So I'm gonna whoop you with the Bible while I still at the same time forego a lot of the rules in the Bible myself. It's just problematic.
Well, I'm sorry that you the African American community that you have interacted with have used that and abused that. Like my stepdad, who is black, who raised me, right? That was not taught. There are communities of African American people that look like you who don't practice that. So to limit it to just your experience would be very solipsistic in nature. It sounds really feminine to me when you say that.
I'm not limiting it. I'm just saying from you again, it might not be specific to your community.
You applied community as in had to deal with race or skin tone.
Absolutely, because
I just said it doesn't, because
but there are differences in the way that we practice religion. That's a fact, right? Like you brought up Catholicism.
I didn't again. My experiences of my stepdad, who is black, my black family did not practice religion any differently than the white people in the church that we sat next to.
I just want you guys to be a little bit more to the point, and I just want to point this hilarious fact that podcast answer is anecdotal evidence, and then Glenn literally turn around and says, my stepdad did this.
Yeah, I did.
That was actually funny. That was funny.
I was just saying that I could do the same thing and just say like, "Hey,
that was kind of funny." But let's that was kind of funny. Let me ask this question, right? And Glenn, if I'm strawmanning you, correct me, right?
Mm-hmm.
it seems like you think agnostic people or agnostic point of view don't believe in nothing, right?
No, I
Is
think
that
that they
fair?
just don't know. They just don't know.
Oh,
So-
so would be, and again, correct me if the premise is wrong. How can we say something that we like something? How can we say that something is better when literally we can pinpoint what do the person in front of me thinks? Better is a comparative, right? For me to say better, I have to have a point of comparison. I do this, you do that, and I'm better. If agnostic people don't believe in nothing, or they don't know, they believe in things, but they don't know how they got there. Why is one better than the other?
I would say the foundation of Christianity is like the belief in God, right? That He is the author and creator of all things on this earth. He created this earth, right? We understand that since He is the creator, and He has given us this Bible, right, to help us model our life after, right, to live by. And if we believe that He has best interest in for us, if we live by this, then we can say, hey, we know by our belief, we know as much far as we can know, we know this is good for us because this is what He says. And then there's these instructions why we're doing it this way. And we see how doing things this way do benefit life, procreation. If people actually abide the Bible, then it goes back to, again, having a worldview that's
a blueprint
practices.
Okay,
So what I'm saying is to say I don't know where things came from, or why we're here, or what the beginning is, then you obviously don't know the future. So then if you don't know how things work or what they were designed to do by a creator sense, then you don't know the purpose of it. And if you don't know the purpose of it, you don't get no.
I just wanted clarity. Basically, you say we have a blueprint, they don't have it, and it's better to have a blueprint and be kind of wrong sometimes than don't have nothing and go all over the place. I kind of understand the point. Let me go to the last two ones, and these are kind of important, right? These are the important. The operator error thing. I never heard that, but that's pretty good. It's about interpretation and the person, and it's not about God or Christianity per se. It's about the person looking at the book, seeing something, and doing completely wrong, right?
Yeah.
Isn't Christianity literally an operating error? Meaning the interpretation of what God wants us to do on earth.
I would say Christianity unchecked, or people that practice what they want to out of the Bible, out of context, not understanding, not practicing good hermeneutics, right? Not having understanding, referencing church fathers and church history, what has been historically accounted as, understood as, and trying to do what Beans was doing. I can interpret things how I want to interpret it. I can make this mean what I want it to mean. That right there is lack of accountability and not consistent with the historical accounts of the faith and what was, historically practiced. Right. So right now we see a bunch of LGBTQ churches, right? Well, we see that in the Bible very clearly that that's an abomination and sinful. So for those churches even to say that, oh, we're Christian, no, you're not, because you're going completely opposite against what historically the Bible says. So you cannot, just because they say they're this, doesn't mean they're this if they are fundamentally opposed to what the Bible says, right? I always say, even female pastors, the Bible's really clear about not having no female pastors. So, but then you see all these female pastors saying, oh, the Lord told me to preach. Well, then you're actually going against God's word very clearly. You're choosing to reinterpret things to make it fit your worldview or what you want it to mean. But that doesn't mean it's Christianity that's flawed. It goes back to the individual who's choosing to reject what is there and reinterpret it to make it fit, that make them feel good. So it goes back to the individual.
You want to say something, podcast? I have one more question, and then we can go to the other moderators.
No, I wanted to honestly, I wanted to respond to the chat that JJ Carver had sent to me.
Let me. I'll highlight it. Absolutely. You mean? Let me ask just one more question, and then we go to JJ. Right?
Okay.
And again, I'm hearing what you guys are hearing, what you guys are saying. I don't have no type of understanding about the book. I heard on this conversation if things are going to get worse, way worse, and then are going to become better. That's what kind of podcast started with that, and then Glenn said it's going to become better. My question is, what is the incentive to do good now, knowing everything is going to shit before it gets better?
Because
does that take accountability of the Christian, or does that push the Christian to be good? Because if that's going to becoming worse, what is my incentive to do good, knowing that everything is going to shit before everything gets good back again?
The incentive is that you may not be here when you see it go good. Like, it might not be in your lifetime, but then the incentive is you want to go to heaven. You don't want to be in a lake of fire. You want to burn. You don't want to be barbecue. Okay, so it's like, my desire to do good is not my desire to see something good here on earth. I may not see that, but my desire to do good is because I want the benefits of heaven. I want to be with the God that loves me, the God that forgave me for the things that I have done wrong. I want to honor him by doing good on earth and trying to do better on earth while I'm here. Right? I'm going to fail. I'm going to suck at it. Like, trust me, I'm a fucking horrible person, without God, in my opinion. Like Grid said, I'm not a good person. The only thing that makes me good is that I choose to want to live according to God's word, right? I don't think human in themselves could be good entirely. We are selfish. We are, depraved at times. We are, lustful. We act in anger. We do all these horrible things, innately. We just want to because of our fallen nature. But it's because my desire to serve God and to be more Christ-like, it makes me want to push those things aside. It makes me want to not react that way. It makes me want to, I'm trying to do it not for me. I'm not trying to do it for this individual. I'm doing it to please him, so that I could reap my rewards in heaven. And that's why it doesn't matter whether it's it gets worse now or it gets better now. At the end of the day, the goal is to get to heaven. And here, well done, my good and faithful servant.
Okay.
So here's the thing, though, right? And this is where truth comes in, that the people don't like it a lot, right? But the people who are doing bad are also doing God's will, right? It is written that these things shall come to pass.
Yeah.
If they don't do those things, then God's will won't be fulfilled. So they have to do those things as well.
Always be fulfilled. No, the word says that if you have to do these things, for God's will be fulfilled.
Well, Glenn, before I call you the N-word, don't cut me off ever fucking again. I sat here and let your ass go through 9 different soliloquies. You're gonna let me talk. Okay. So what I'm saying is that those people who are committing the atrocities are also doing God's will. You can't have one without the other. Good and evil must exist. I didn't learn that technically from the Bible, but I will admit that there was a scripture that made me say, yep, I've been right about this all along, right? I think it was Isaiah 45:7 that says, I, God, right, create the good and the evil. You can't have one without the other. Right. So those people are also fulfilling God's will, but we don't see it that way. Right. We only look at it when we're doing the good. Right. And we want to say, oh, well, I'm good and I'm doing this, and therefore I have the favor of the Lord, despite all of these other laws and all of these other commandments that I'm not actually adhering to. Right. So but to answer your question directly, that's the problem, is that they think they get a reward after they die. I've buried a lot of people. Not one person has ever came back and was like, hey, yo, just so you know, this heaven thing is real, dog. Not one.
Why would they tell you they're having fun in heaven?
They're so focused on what's going to happen after they die, instead of being focused on right now, the existence that you have. Go ahead, Glenn.
You don't want him to call
I would say that you mistakenly or misspoke about God. Will is for people to do bad. That's not true.
Really?
God's will is always for individuals to choose him. God's will is always for the individuals to choose right. Now, if people choose wrong, that's not God's will. Really? You're saying it's God's will for people to sin. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
It's not God's will for people to sin.
Is God omniscient?
God's omnipresent, God's omnipotent, and God's omniscient. But God, that doesn't make that him God's will for you to sin. He gave you, as you mentioned earlier, free will. You could choose to do right and you could choose to do wrong. If you choose to do wrong, that's not his will for you, but he's given you the power to choose what you're going to do. And if you choose
Christians mistakenly see free will as a gift from God. It's not. Free will isn't religious.
But actually, you referenced it earlier in this debate.
Yeah, not religiously.
You believe that God gave free will. So
no, I don't.
As a reference, but you use that in your argument earlier.
Absolutely, free will, which is absent of God.
You said if you're a Christian, then you believe in free will, referring to that Christianity believes that God gave us free will.
Yes, absolutely. But if the Bible says that these things are going to happen, they have to happen on this plane of existence. They're going to be committed by man. So if men aren't doing these things, God's will won't come to pass.
No.
If it isn't, if the sons are against the fathers and the daughters aren't against the mothers, then those things won't come to pass.
God's word has never come back void.
You guys are back.
Glenn, what I'm saying is answer this question for me. Does the Bible say that there's going to be sons against fathers and daughters against mothers?
30 seconds.
Okay, so if that doesn't happen, then God's word won't be fulfilled, correct?
But that doesn't mean that people are not, those are Christians that are doing it. People could be non-Christians that are doing that. That could be a Christian father and a non-believing son.
So, okay, I see what you're arguing. You're arguing that there aren't necessarily Christians, right? But I never said that they had to be the Christian people doing it. I'm just saying that.
So then it's not God's will for these
general
people
who do wrong.
It's not God's will that people to do these things.
But it was clarified by Glenn with podcast said pretty fair.
Okay.
Podcast. Thank you for not calling Glenn the. Thank you very much for being civil. We have one question from JJ Carver and friends. Like the clock is going to expire. I just want to make sure Greed and Lauren have a chance to ask the questions that they have because you guys keep going on a back and forth. Okay. So
Glenn,
go ahead,
I have a question.
I got you. Go ahead, Greed, Lauren, and then this last question, JJ Carver. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I'm curious, Beans. Do you believe that you sin?
No.
You don't believe that you sin, so whatever you do is just fine in life?
No, it's not that it's fine, but it can be right and wrong.
What makes it right and wrong?
The interpretation.
Your feelings?
Absolutely. And also your beliefs and your ideas, your principles.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm just curious because if I do something wrong, I consider it a sin. I have a playbook that tells me, hey, this is what went wrong. But what tells you that?
So the first time when I was younger, I got bullied a little, right? The first time I was ever bullied, I knew it was wrong. The first time I ever pulled a gun on somebody, I knew it was wrong. Right? The first time I ever stole some candy, I knew it was wrong. You can just feel it. Nobody necessarily has to tell you things. When I started selling drugs, I knew it was wrong.
Hold on. Let me.
Nobody had to tell me. I just knew. I knew it was wrong.
You had never seen somebody pull a gun on somebody before. You didn't have any kind of
movies. Yeah.
Okay.
But in movies, it's made to look heroic, right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
Because
But I'm just saying, I'm knowing, it's really what it is. I'm knowing how I'm affecting this other person. I know exactly how I'm making this person feel, and that's how I know it's wrong.
But you don't have. But so if you, I don't know if you. I don't want to dive into the examples.
For reference points, though, right?
You can do it. You can do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to be here all night. I know. I just
You ain't got nothing to
think
do.
the most concise way to put this. I guess my question is that so if you don't believe that you sin, anything that you determine is right or wrong in your worldview is right or wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay. So if you wanted to, if you felt right about it, literally running somebody over with your car would be just fine.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So what argument could you make that makes the world a better place? Because that's exactly what Stalin did, right? Stalin felt like it was the right thing to do to murder 10,000 people at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Was he right in doing that?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But see, that's my opinion. But Stalin thought he was right, didn't he? Right?
Right.
Adolf thought he was right, right?
That's my argument with the worldview.
Man, he's talking to me.
But again, was that a better worldview?
We're right, right?
You thinking that you're right is fine, but how does that affect the worldview? If everyone was like you, and I hate winning Glenn's argument for him, but
You won't let me respond, but go ahead.
If everyone had your worldview and it was fine, whatever I wanted to do, we're GTA all day.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to just go out and bend women over on the park bench, since that came up earlier today. If I wanted to do that, nobody could say I was wrong.
They could.
But
See,
they
not
would
what
be
you
wrong.
asked me.
According to your worldview, they would
It
be
doesn't matter.
wrong.
No. See, that's not what you asked me, Grit. See, this might work on lower tier thinkers, but it's not gonna work on me. You asked me about what I thought, right? So that's what I'm saying. Yes, based on my worldview, yes, the individual can absolutely think they're right. Because here's the thing: there are absolutely Christians who go around murdering people thinking it's okay.
Sure.
Right?
But they
Regardless
don't-
of whether
they
or
don't
not that
think it's
Majority of
okay.
people.
regardless of whether or not that book tells them it's wrong or not. They know the playbook, they have the blueprint, and yet they still tell themselves, I'm doing what's right.
No, they know it's wrong. Just because
So-
they try to
know it's
justify
wrong,
it, they know it's wrong.
In your-
But see, the
in your
difference is you're saying
worldview,
that you
that's
don't
the
know.
bullshit argument.
agree
If
that
they're
it's
telling you
the
out of
right
their
thing
own
to
mouth
do.
that they think it's right, you can't say that they know it's wrong. If they're
If they,
telling
say they're,
you
if they know,
it's right.
if you say they're Christians, just because someone chooses to lie and justify what they did, doesn't make it right or wrong. But see, what you're saying is that, oh, if you think it's okay to be a T and cut off your tallywhacker, right? And that's your worldview, that's right. And then nobody can tell you different. So there's no governing.
Nobody
all
argued
these
that.
different worldviews. Somebody could be thinking that graping is their
Nope.
worldview, and that's
Nobody
okay.
argued that. Grid never mentioned that. Nobody
No, but
ever
that's
said
what you're
that
saying.
nobody
You're saying
else
the
can tell you I'm
individual,
wrong.
but you're saying the individual.
not.
You determine. You
Yes.
said you determine. Okay, so the individual could think that cutting off his thing is okay, and that's right,
Absolutely.
and everybody should do that. All right, and then you have
Christians
this
do
person
that.
that thinks that graping thing it's okay to go around. and
Christians
grape.
do that.
No, they
That's
don't.
the point.
You're
Yes,
saying
they do.
that- you're saying that-
Let
wait,
me
you're saying
let
the
me
world-
let me
hold on.
let me clear.
I
You're
respectfully
saying they
didn't
do
bring
that,
up.
but you're saying
Wait,
the
hold on,
worldview.
Glenn.
The
I
worldview
respectfully
doesn't support that.
I
The
respect
worldview
during the
speaks
debate,
against
Glenn.
that.
Glenn,
what
during
I'm
the
saying.
debate, I respectfully didn't bring up Catholicism and all the boys they touched on because I didn't want nobody to feel like I needed that to win the debate.
But that still
right?
doesn't prove your point. They know
It
that
does.
it's wrong.
It proves the point. No, it doesn't.
It proves that they know that it's wrong,
No,
and they
it
choose to
doesn't.
do wrong. You're
It
saying
doesn't
that
prove
it doesn't
that.
matter. It's not wrong to me if I say it's not wrong. It's not wrong.
Let
Right,
me
but
let me
the point is this:
understanding
if
of right
they
and wrong.
say it's okay, that's the point. You're making
No,
the argument that if these people say it's okay, well, no, they know it's wrong. No, if they say this shit was okay, I was supposed to do this. God told me to do it. All this other goofy shit they be
I
saying
have
when they
never
go
heard
around murdering
that.
black
let,
people.
let, let, let me clear it out with.
I ain't
with-
saying it's right. I'm saying that
let-
if they say
yeah,
that
yeah.
they think it's right, you have to accept that.
So, but
No.
let me clear this real quick. Glenn, do you believe that Christian worldview is set in stone? It's very clear. There's like that we should like there's there and we go forward. I'm not talking about people doing some dumb shit.
Yeah. I'm saying like it gives a structure and a guideline to live by. When you're like, oh well, I could just interpret it in my own structure.
No, I got you. It's just
But
too
they
clear.
do.
Well, one
That's
sec,
how
one
you
sec.
get 3,000.
Okay,
fucking
stop,
interpretations.
One second. Podcast. What about you? Do you think the agnostic point of view gives you like you have kind of clear guidelines, or is just like you said, if a person feels that something is right, might be right for them. If a person feels something is wrong, might be wrong for. Like, do you believe what side are you? And if you're not on either side, tell me what side that
Just like a
land on.
Christian, just like a Muslim, just like a
Hold on.
Hindu.
The thing
just
is
like
that a
Judaism.
Christian knows it's
Ask me a
wrong.
question.
You're deciding that you're
He's
right.
asking me a question.
Yeah, great. Give us a second just to make sure.
Okay.
Like,
Right, he's
just
asking me a
land.
question.
Yes, it's fine.
So what I'm saying is this: just like every other person on the planet, you
Mm-hmm.
can decide for yourself what you think is right or wrong. Everybody does that, regardless to their religious backgrounds, right? Some people may stand on their religious backgrounds, like say a Glenn or a Grid, and say, I know this is wrong, even if I do it. But there are a plethora of people who will say, well, I know the Bible says that's wrong, but I'm still going to practice LGBT. I know the Bible says I'm not supposed to be a authority over men in the churches as a woman, but I'm still going to do it, right? There are absolutely people who will tell you they believe, well, that wasn't put in there by God because those letters aren't in the red, or God didn't say that. Whatever justification they come up with, people will say whether or not they think something is wrong or right. The thing about being an agnostic, Fatty, is that as an agnostic, I can still prescribe to the law. Just because I'm not saying I'm governed by God don't mean I can't listen to the law. When the law says don't kill, when the law says don't steal, when the law says don't touch on kids, when the law says don't do this, don't break in people's cribs, don't do all this other stuff, don't jaywalk, don't speed, I can still subscribe to the law. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just saying that I don't believe that this deity exists, and you're probably going to be hard pressed to convince me.
I was clear it out because Greed asked you if you decide to get on a car and run over somebody, would that be right or wrong? And you said that's right because I feel like it.
No. He asked me in my worldview if I thought it was right, would it be right? Yes. Motherfucker went into a church and shot 9 people. He thought he was right. He thought he was doing the right goddamn thing, even though his religion said you ain't supposed to murder, right? That's not something that is indicative of a person that's an agnostic. That is indicative of an autonomous being who believes that they get to decide for themselves what they will and won't do, regardless to whether it's right or wrong.
And the last question, do you think that worldview will actually make society safer, more prosperous, all that, than a society that has little guidelines like a Christian society?
Absolutely, because again, agnosticism does not remove law. Right? That's the point. Most people who are obeying the law in America are not obeying the law because they're afraid of God. They're obeying the law because they don't want to go to jail. They're afraid of man. They're afraid of actual human being, flesh and men rolling up on them with handcuffs, taking their freedom away. So yes,
the foundation is of God. That's why, like the law that they're obeying comes from the foundation of a Christian worldview. So again, it just you can't remove that. And if you're saying that,
I can't remove that because I just made the argument.
If you're saying like, but here's the thing: if somebody says that I don't think that this law is a good law because I say so, I'm going to break this law because I say so. It's not good for my worldview to obey this law, and now they're going to break that law.
Okay,
that's
but
the problem. That's what I'm saying. Is the problem.
Drinking and people don't drink and drive because of God. They don't drink and drive because it's against man's law. That's the point. Is that people aren't afraid of God. They aren't afraid of the retribution of God. They're afraid of the retribution of man.
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
Let me ask Lauren and Greed if they have more questions. I have 2 from the chat, and then we move along.
I have a question.
Right,
as far as
and 1 second, please no debate between the debater. We have to go. Please no debate. You guys, every question goes. Please go ahead, Lauren.
Okay, so I'll start with Glenn. Glenn, do you know the statistics of Christians who commit crimes?
I don't. I'm sure that is probably is equal to across the board as other people that holds other faith.
Okay, and as also with the people who don't have faith at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's probably balances out, along the line if you break it down.
Okay, Beans, same question. Do you think it's all pretty much even, or as far as crime?
Of course not, because my opponent made the statement earlier that this was a Christian country, and when he asked me, "What's the language you speak? What's the religion that we practice?" Right? It's only a small percentage of people who practice these other religions, which I conceded to. Right? So, absolutely, the majority of people in prison and who commit crimes are absolutely those who subscribe, to be respectful to Glenn, right? Who subscribe to Christianity, right? Okay. So, because we're making we're differentiating between subscribing and practicing. Right.
Okay.
But subscribing to, claiming, having tattoos of crosses on their arm and shit. Yeah, absolutely. Most of these people who are committing crimes and they are Christians. Absolutely.
And this is more of a together question. But so Christians believe in free will as well as agnostics believe in free will, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And
Do you know?
Me?
Or, yeah. Do you know? You said you believe something. Do you know? Is this something you know?
I know I do. I know I do as a person who just believes that I have the capability of making my own decisions.
But could an agnostic not believe that as well? Because it could affect their worldview, right?
You saying can they not?
Yeah, because they not believe in free will. Because they just believe in predetermination because that's their worldview.
I think that would be problematic if they did. Well, I can't say that I've ever heard anybody ever say
individualized, right? Agnostic is individualized, right? you could pick and choose what you choose to believe.
Yeah, it's true, but the good thing about it is that you can actually make it make
So
sense.
then it's safe to say that they cannot also believe in free will.
No, that's the silly ass argument. What?
You said agnostics are allowed to pick and choose what they want to believe. You could subscribe to this, subscribe to that, right?
Absolutely.
So they could also subscribe to not believing in free will. Theoretically.
Yeah, it would
I
be
can say
dumb.
all
though.
Christians
That person-
believe in free
something would be
will.
wrong with
I can
that
say
person.
all Christians could believe in free will, but can you definitively say
That makes
all
sense.
agnostics believe in free will?
I'm gonna go on a limb and say yeah, because it wouldn't make sense for them not to. That don't make any
But
sense at all.
that goes against your argument, though, of saying that you could pick and choose what the individual chooses their worldview to be. If the individual chooses to believe that free will is not a thing, that it's predetermined, that's according to your definition of being agnostic. You can pick and choose what you want to believe is right for you in your worldview. Then that could be true. They could pick and
That
choose
is true, but that's not the point. When you
But
ask me
you-
theoretically, I
her
said
question
yes.
was her question was, do all agnostics believe in free will, and do all as Christians, all Christians believe in free will? And you
not
saying
saying
yes
that
definitively,
all,
and I would say you in your own argument you can't say they do because they could subscribe to the not.
The
No,
question
but I
is, how
literally
do you get
said
the
they
podcast?
can't,
The
but
question
that wouldn't
is,
make any sense.
the
Wait,
right question is,
wait.
how do you get to the
Retarded
conclusion?
people are on both sides of the field. You know that, right? Like just because you're agnostic don't mean you can't be stupid. You can still be stupid, right? So which is why when you ask me, is it theoretically possible that they could forego believing in free will? I would say yes, but something would be wrong with those people, right? They wouldn't actually be processing their own fucking beliefs. And
So
that would make them
the right question is, how would you get to that conclusion that most agnostics believe in free will? How would you get there? Like, give me the step A to Z.
Well, there's no other. There's only A. You don't need the other ones, right? Because you're
What
as
is
an
A?
agnostic, you're saying you don't necessarily believe, right, that there is a divine creator,
Perfect.
right?
I
You're
just
just
wanted-
saying that
yes.
we exist.
I
right?
just
So
needed the
if we
reasoning.
just exist, we're as free as an animal.
Yes, I just
Okay.
needed the reason. I just needed to see if the reasoning was concise.
Yeah,
Lauren and
absolutely.
Reed.
Oh, wait, real quick. By the way, according to Pew Research, Christians make up 2/3 of the inmate population.
Well,
In the
I'm sure
United
they-
States, because
a
again,
lot of people convert in prison, but
Yeah.
I'm curious about the free will thing. You say that you're basically like animals at that point, but animals don't actually have free will. They have instinct and they react, but they don't have free will. They don't just do whatever the fuck they want all day. They struggle to survive. So I don't think that's a good analogy. Just to help you out, you might want to pick another one.
What is free will? Right? Like, I think this is very simple when we're talking about what free will is, right? Which is just being an autonomous being, the capacity to make choices. I believe animals have the capacity to make choices. Maybe not all of them, but that's why we never said all of them, just that animals in general have the capacity to make their own choices.
Pick one.
Dolphins, dogs, lions.
Dolphins swim in pods. They don't actually have free will. They by nature cluster up and go on a specific prescribed path throughout the ocean. It's been documented.
Absolutely. So you're saying that they couldn't not do that?
No, that it's instinctual for them to do that.
So you're saying that they couldn't not do it, right?
Right. So they do not have free will.
Cool. Guess what? Humans do. Because we can make choices.
You applied an animalistic standard, and I said I would use a different argument if I were you, because that's not true.
Okay, but I said animals, right? You asked me to pick some. I'm just thinking about those that I know that roam free, based on the limited information I might have on them. But the fact of the matter is that they do.
I'm just
and I
asking.
also said dogs, lions, right? So
Dogs definitely don't have free will. They do what we tell them to do.
Dogs?
Dogs do what we tell them and train them to do. They have instinct. They're
But you
creatures
just
of
said
instinct.
train them, right? So if they're not owned or trained, what would they be doing?
They have it. They just react on instinct.
Right. But what would they be doing? Would they just sit still and never do anything, or would they?
No,
go
all they do is
food?
eat and
Would they
shit.
go try to
That's what
get
they do.
laid?
They're pre-programmed to do that. That's all they do.
Right. They would go try to
They
get
make
laid. They would go get some food. They would go walk around, chew on shit. They would do what they do.
That's not free will. That's just instinct.
Okay, you can
They don't
call
have
it
a choice
if you
to do
want to
that.
apply it to dogs. I'll concede to that, but it's neither here or there when the argument is actually about human beings, right? So I could concede to that. But the fact of the matter, which and you said you were trying to help me out with that, and that's fine.
I'm
but
just saying you used a very specific.
I just
specific
conceded
prove
to
your
it.
argument.
I literally just
understand.
said you can have that. I'll concede to it because you said you were trying to help me out, right? You can have that, but I'm saying the argument itself was literally about human beings and whether or not we have free will. And to be honest with you, I know a lot of people who read the Bible itself who would tell you that human beings don't actually have free will, right? But again, that's another interpretation from the same book where people have come out with these different beliefs and different ideas. of what the book suggests.
You keep saying some people. Which people?
To be specific, Hebrew Israelites.
Who?
Hebrew Israelites.
I'm talking about somebody living. You said some people say this. So who says that?
I just told you who.
Grid, it's a predominantly African American community that say they're Hebrew Israelites, subscribe to I guess a doctrine-ish that's close to Christianity. I want to say.
Okay.
I don't know it. I haven't studied it, but I've heard about that's what it is. I'm not familiar with it other than I know that's predominantly in the African American.
They literally use the Bible.
They use the Bible.
I don't know. So I don't know.
They all of the Bible, as a matter of fact.
Again, like I said, I don't know of them. I just said I know of heard of the subcategory.
And they say you do not have free will.
Yes. Yes, I've definitely heard that argument.
If they go by the entire Bible and the Bible says you have free will, how do they get around that?
Yeah,
see, it's not my religion, so I wouldn't know. I'm not the one to explain it. Right? I absolutely believe in free will, but that's based on the fact that I don't subscribe to the religions, right?
Sure.
I see people do whatever it is that they want to do.
Do you have anything more on Lauren? So we can go to these questions and
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Okay, so
thanks for challenging me, Grid.
The question I have is, so that it sounds like the only difference I hear between a Christian and an agnostic is the belief in an afterlife?
Well, no.
Or that the impacts that you do on earth has something to do with what happens after?
I would say that the Christian worldview holds the framework of what is best for humanity. When you're saying agnostic is individualized, it's not saying what's best for humanity, it's saying what's best for me. Christian worldview says what's best for the collective, for community, right? Christian worldview supports a nuclear family, both mom and dad being in the home raising the kids. We all know statistically that supports healthier and happier and more productive humans in the world, right? We know that single parent homes tend to be produce more negative impacts on people, right? So, but Christian worldview supports the positive. We know that Christian worldview supports a structure and a hierarchy that is, governed according to a way that we could all see that has been historically beneficial. Agnostic worldview says I could do whatever I want. I'm my own boss. I'm basically my own God. I could choose, what laws to agree with and what laws not to agree with because it fits my worldview. That produces chaos. One produces chaos. One produces organization and a prosperous humanity growth. One says it doesn't know.
Okay.
So
and then
the problem is that we live in a society that is Christian founded, according to you, and we still have seen the chaos.
It's the rejection of those Christian ethics,
right? So again, you can't make the argument that the other view, right, which you're arguing we haven't even seen practice on a global level, is somehow the author of chaos, when you're arguing that the author or the foundation of this country is founded on Christianity, which has been chaotic since its inception. There has not been a period of time in America's history where it hasn't been chaotic. Not one.
Right? I would say, again, if you go back to the fact that you asked how does it benefit society? Again, one worldview supports family, community, growth in that area. One says, and again, just because the nation was founded upon these worldview if it's not continually practiced, you're not going to see that continuous, production go in that direction. So just because it's founded in something, but if it's not practiced, doesn't mean anything. It has to be continually practiced in order for it to get the outcome that you're going for. So just because it's founded in it, but as time has come, we have become more agnostic. If anything, we have rejected God as a nation, if anything, and we have seen that because that we have been rejecting God, we have not reached that desired outcome that we sought to be. So
that's, again, another good argument. The problem is that God is an indicative of Christianity. And you're not arguing for God. You're arguing for the Christian worldview.
Yeah, so it's just because they founded the Christian worldview, but if they're not applying that worldview.
Again, that's not what you just said. What you just said is that we've been getting away from God.
Or that if you're rejecting the Christian worldview and not applying it, you are rejecting God.
No, not the Christian worldview. God, yes, absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
If you ask me,
we are rejecting the Christian worldview if
right?
we're letting two men get married, because that's not what the Bible says that the Christian worldview says that should be done. If you're allowing, if you're allowing all these things to happen, then you are rejecting God's will. So just because the nation was founded upon a biblical worldview, a Christian worldview, if it's not applied, right? If individuals are not applying it, then it's not going to get the outcome that it was that the Christian worldview produces.
Or the worldview is the problem.
Greed and Lauren, let's question each other. Then we go. We have to go to the questions so we can bounce. We have 5, 6. So, any more questions before we go?
Thanks, Lauren.
Glenn, what happens when a Christian sins?
He separates himself from, without repentance. The risk of consequences that, one, we're going to have earthly consequences. So if you sin, and if that sin is murder, you're going to face an earthly consequence. But also, if you don't repent, you're going to have.
Let's say it's a sin without harm. Let's say it's a sin of a sin against your wife, a sin against your church, a sin against
it still harms somebody.
I mean, pardon me. That's not against the law. That's not against the law of the land.
You still got to account for God. That's sin against your salvation. You're still going to have a
all
consequence.
Sins are legal issues.
That's right.
Okay.
Because it's legal for two guys to get married. It's legal for two guys to get married.
Yeah. Can you define? All right. Yeah. Oh, fuck. That gives me another one. Can you define to me why anyone that's secular, agnostic, or atheist would ever want to get married?
No.
Beans, can you define for me why anyone that is secular, agnostic, or atheist would ever want to get married?
Yes, because men are possessive, and so are women, and they tend to want to have things to themselves. And which is the only argument that I ever hear women ever make anyway, as it pertains to marriage, right? Is that they're just selfish and they don't want to have to share their man. It's been shown to me over the last few years that marriage may well be a religious institution, but it's practiced very secularly at this point. And so a lot of people are starting to treat it also as a business grid. So at this point, I think a lot of people are looking at it from that angle more so than from the religious angle. They're looking at it from a business agreement angle.
Okay. If that's the case, why would you make a contract with someone that's rewarded for breaking it? If you're not seeking a covenant before God, why would you be in a contract that rewards the other person for breaking it?
That's a great question. I wouldn't. Right. Okay. And so as an agnostic, right, I don't feel the need, or I don't feel like I'm committing sin by, if Lauren wants to get with me, I can get with her and we can have sex and we can do whatever we want to do. And I don't feel like we're sinning against God because we haven't delved into some contract or made some covenant with God, but made two rational decisions amongst ourselves as autonomous beings.
Okay.
That music.
I have to because I
No,
just
why that music though?
no.
That sounded like you took an L, didn't it?
No, it's because everybody. I want Greed to get the last one back and forth.
I did me.
No, we
No.
We need to get to the chat.
It's Lauren's turn.
Chat.
No,
She didn't have no more.
you are going to ask him the same too?
Lauren said she didn't have any more.
No,
Oh,
Lauren
she
said
didn't have
should-
anything?
Yeah, Lauren just needs to be quiet.
Yeah, the Bible says women's supposed to be silent, but we're not in church, so she can talk. I guess.
Exactly.
Shut up, silly woman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lauren, for being
Oh,
here.
Fatty, you gotta send me that drop. You gotta send me that drop.
That's a great drop. That
I
is
want
great.
that
I need
drop.
that one
You gotta
too,
send me that
actually.
drop.
I'll look you up. Let me make sure we got this correctly. Once again, thank you, Lauren, for just existing. There's a lot of ugly people in the panel right now, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. JJ Carver, 2,000 YouTube dollars, says, "What is the worldview when you decide to murder an innocent man, fondle on children, or conduct an armed robbery on people enjoying their lunch?" Beans.
Christian.
Jeez.
because they're,
That's
because
an L,
they're
you
the
know that.
ones. They're the ones who do it.
They're the only ones that do it. They're the only ones that do it.
Lord.
What you're saying.
They don't have to be the only ones, but they're the majority of the ones who do it according to the numbers. So,
I'm sorry. Do what?
they're the
You say
ones
that-
who murder innocent men. They're absolutely the ones who fondle children.
So
And
I think
robberies on
I think
people.
your statistics are interesting because my recollection is the highest rate of self deletions, for example, use that example earlier. The highest rate of are among Muslims, actually, like 17%.
Worldwide?
Well, this is no. I was looking U.S.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have worldwide statistics. I don't. I mean, like my
No, I was
I
just trying to
only
make sure.
care about the U.S. So I really don't pay attention to.
No,
the
absolutely.
rest of the
I'm
world.
with you. Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
I was just trying to make sure. Yeah, that
Christians
sounds
are under 15% total. And now there's some, they break it down into like, I fucking shit, I can't remember like all of the different religions, but under 15%. So that means 70% of self deletions are secular, agnostic, atheist. So you kind of shot yourself in the dick there. I'm sorry
not
about that.
necessarily, right? Because that doesn't make any sense, right? If so, here's the thing: we can look at the country, right? Who
30
makes
seconds,
up
Marcus.
who
30
makes up the
seconds.
majority of self deletions in America? White men,
Non-Christians, according to statistics.
right? But it's white men, right? What percentage of white men subscribe to Christianity?
I don't believe that's an accurate statement either.
Well,
I can't. I mean, I don't have the facts. I can't look it up right now, but I don't
oh yeah,
believe
nobody
that white men are the
takes
largest
himself out more than
group.
white men.
I don't
That-
believe that white men are the largest group of self deletions.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. They struggling in this country, man. It's a bad deal.
Oh,
Oh,
are you talking about population wise? Or are you talking about like per capita?
Yes.
I'm just saying the number.
The overall
Because if
number.
you go percentage wise, you can
Yeah,
say
the
actually
overall number.
percentage wise, other ethnicities may end up percentage wise self delete more than white people because they have a larger number, right?
Yeah,
And
we
then-
only like using the percentage argument when it works in
Well,
our
I'm
favor.
just saying, like, I
Always
can
just
say
go with
that
the, the whole number.
JJ
But
Carver,
again-
thank you very much.
But then you have to acknowledge that like it's because of the population is primarily that, right?
Mhm. Absolutely,
So then if you go to another country, you could be like, well, white people are less likely to kill themselves in Africa.
absolutely.
Let me thank you very much, JJ. Podcast, you don't have was that a serious answer or was just the answer?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure because I don't think you're. I think you're being facetious. You sure with that? Okay
The
with that?
numbers support it. like Grid tried to make this argument, try to pretend like people don't find religion till they get to jail. Fuck out of here. People
lot
are
of people-
indoctrinated.
Being a former
into
Christian
Well, I
religion.
mean,
Children.
I haven't been to jail in a while, but I find a lot of people find Jesus
what
in
you
jail.
find is that this
being a former
right?
CEO,
Right.
I've witnessed it. I mean, it's anecdotal, but I have seen it as a former CEO. A lot of people do finding faith, and also either they find
Right.
the
No, they're
Islamic
not
faith.
finding shit, right? What they're doing is reconnecting because they ain't got nothing but time on their hand.
No,
But
they choose to subscribe to a faith.
We are indoctrinated
faith, they
into
accept the
religion
faith.
as children. Nobody ain't waiting till they 22-year-old to find out who Jesus is. The fuck out of here.
Actually, that's not true because you got people that were Christian, as you said, grew up.
ISO. I got you guys.
Yo, Glenn, we can go all night with this shit.
I know you guys like to fight each other, guys. Just thank you very much, JJ. Biggie's composition, $20. Salute to you. It says, do you think Christians who took lives and converted people to Christianity by force was right? To both Glenn and Beans, please, 30 seconds each. Let's start with Glenn and then Beans.
No, because God wants you to choose him. He wants you to make the choice that you want to choose him, not by force, not by any fear of death or harm. He wants you to choose him, right? So I think that people that try to use force or intimidate people or say I'm going to kill you if you don't. That's not that to me. That's not a true conversion to begin with, and it's murder if you end up killing them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't think that's right.
Podcast.
Yeah, I mean, of course I agree with him. But you can make the argument that it is absolutely a part of when you're going into lands and dominating and taking over. You know what they do with the women and the children. You know what they do with the men. And if you're gonna have these people still around, the best way to fortify what you've done is to get them to convert, even if you have to beat it into them. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I understand why they did it. Unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Biggies. I appreciate you. We have Ilkan Ali, $20. Shout out to one of the Untouchable founders. He says, would a Christian be a Christian if they weren't taught or without being given the Bible? Ali, one question per. With that being said, if a Christian are born knowing God, how do they come to the knowledge of God and the Bible if it isn't man-made?
Well, one before there was a Bible, what did they do? They shared the message, right? The first books of the Bible, the first 5 books of the Bible, right, was written by Moses. Moses came way later. He wasn't around when Adam was rolling the earth, right? So we know that they passed messages down just like they did in every culture and every, ancient history. So do you need to have the Bible to know of God? No, because somebody can come tell you about him. To spread like word of mouth. That's what they did.
You want to answer this one, podcast, or is it good?
I would say difficult question. It's a good question, actually. I mean, I think it's possible, right? But it's then again, it's all left up to your interpretation of what you believe Christianity is. Because if you, like a lot of these people subscribe to today, that being a Christian is literally following Christ, right? Which is why they merely subscribe to the red letters, right? Those books in Matthew, John, Luke, and I think Mark, right? That hold the words of Christ. I think that's would be problematic then, because you wouldn't have those words. So that would be problematic in today's time, right? But just overall as a Christian, absolutely. Because most Christians don't fucking know the Bible.
Yeah, it's sad. Most Christians don't even read the Bible.
Right.
It's less than 7% of the Christians that are claimed to be Christians read the Bible more than once a week.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So that just shows the individual is not practicing their religion properly. So.
Man, stop trying to make arguments.
Thank you, Ilkan Ali. I appreciate you. We have one by blessed and just support, keep grinding. Once again, thank you very much. I appreciate the patronage. Salute to you, salute to you, salute to you. Before the show ends, please go ahead and subscribe to Grid, to Glenn, and to podcast. I'm going to drop the links again and send them something nice so they can have a nice dinner. I will have a nice breakfast since it's 6 a.m. already. So we go to Ilkan Ali. Thank you very much, Homeboy Blaze. Ilkan Ali says, no one has free will. You didn't ask to be born, and most don't ask to die. None on earth can do what they want, nor get what they want, no matter how hard we work or decisions we make. chance, and other actions impact us? Once again, thank you very much, Ilkan Ali. And finally, the last question or statement. To Glenn and Beans, God said, "Thou shalt not murder," but got people to murder for him and murdered almost everyone in the Bible in Genesis. Question: who did the devil kill? And if he didn't murder anyone, why is he worse than God? This
One,
is
who did the Bible, where does it say that God told people to kill anybody? He said drive them out of the land, for one. And then he did say don't take prisoners in certain areas. But just like, who did the devil tell to kill? Well, the devil influenced Cain to kill Abel. The devil influences people to kill themselves. So the devil tells people to go grape that person and influence people to go murder that person. So the devil influences a lot of people to do things. The devil influences women to have abortions and kill their baby in their womb.
Do agnostics believe in the devil?
No.
Okay.
So apparently,
no, you can ask no questions. I do it for you because I am the moderator. Clarification, Glenn, real quick. When something good happens, God does it, but when something bad happens, the devil does it. For example, a kid deletion and abortion. Are you attributing that to the devil and not to God giving you free will to do whatever you want?
I'm giving the influence for the individual that made the individual to choose to do that is influenced by the devil. God didn't make anybody do anything. He instructed them, just like the devil instructs you or influences you to do bad things, right? So the individual still does the thing.
I just want to be clear with the words. You think God doesn't influence you to do good things? Do you think devil?
I didn't say that God doesn't. Your desire to please God is what helps you choose to do good. Is why you choose to do good.
And does the devil influence you to do bad things?
Yes.
Interesting. I think we done.
No. I get to respond to that. I get to respond to El Khalid.
30 seconds. 30. No, 50 seconds.
Ezekiel 9. And we'll start at 3. Then the Lord called to the man clothed in linen who had writing kit on his side and said to him, go throughout the city of Jerusalem and put a mark on the forehead of those who grieve and lament over all detestable things that are done in it. As I listened, he said to the others, follow him through the city and kill without showing pity or compassion. Slaughter the old men, the young men and women, the mothers and children. Do not touch anyone who has the mark. Begin at my sanctuary. So they began with the old men who were in front of the temple.
And they're referring to Ezekiel, a prophet, talking about the prophets, the prophetic words, rather
but you
than
said God never ordered anybody to kill.
Again, you're taking things out of context because you're only reading one thing. You're not reading the whole book of Ezekiel, so you don't even know the hermeneutics of it. So you're trying to take it as face value, like, oh, this is exactly what this means.
What did he mean? One second. Glenn, 1 minute. What did he mean by that?
Well, one, I have to pull it up and to even break it down because again, there's hermeneutics. You have to practice hermeneutics to understand any old language or any old text. I could read something that says, for example, I could read to you right now a letter saying, hey, I could write Beans a letter. Hey, Christmas is coming, right? And Beans, I'm excited for Christmas. Right now, Beans could get that letter. He could also be excited for Christmas, but then he could drop that letter. And let's say, you know what? Grid finds that letter and he doesn't know anything about Christmas or the context of what's going on in that story. And he hears Christmas is coming. And now he's scared because he doesn't know what Christmas is. There's no context to what he just read.
That's what you said. No. I got you. That's fair because it's the operator error that you're talking about. But if you are correcting him, you have to tell him why he's wrong. Like if you're saying podcast, what he meant by that is wrong. That was not the interpretation. But you can prove the part that this is what he meant.
In order to be able to say that, because again, I don't know all the scriptures. I have to, off the top of my head, I would have to read them in the context that they were written in to be able to understand what that passage was
Oh
referring
yeah, but
to.
why would why would you? But why wouldn't like you have to offer correction if you don't have correction to offer? Why would say that?
I'm
is
saying
not-
that I'm not saying that it's incorrect. I'm saying I don't know the interpretation. Neither does he, and he's just trying to say, "Oh, this means this on face value." And I'm saying that's actually dishonest to say that without knowing the context.
There's no context needed. It literally says the Lord said, "Go kill these people."
Yes, and again, there's the book. You have to understand the Bible is broken up in sections. You got historicals, you got the poetry, you got the prophets, you got the major prophets, the minor prophets, and you got the gospels. So to understand,
it doesn't make a difference. Lynn. You said God didn't order killings. You said that, and then I read a scripture showing that He did. This is the part where
again, the context. It also said God issued a letter of divorce to a nation. Did God write a letter of divorce to a nation?
No, but He damn sure ordered.
Like he said He did. It said He did.
I don't know nothing about that.
Context.
That scripture said He ordered them killings. That's all I know.
Matters.
You just mad because your God be out here killing
you.
You
you pointed out that God didn't. You just said God didn't write
God,
the letter of
God
divorce.
has. Well, God, I don't think has ever ordered people to kill people. He certainly has. I mean, he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, but He said that God's ordering.
I think the mistake is assuming that God is anything other than a just God. Nowhere does it say. Nowhere does it say that he's nice or kind.
But
says
that's
he's
not what
loving.
we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Glenn made a mistake and said that God never had anyone killed, and He has.
The problem is again, when you're trying to look back through history, I don't know that it says that, and I don't know honestly, I don't know the Old Testament as good as I.
That's the fucking problem with our religion.
But I have a basic understanding of it and I had a better understanding of it when I was younger, but I'm old now. And I just don't. I've already admitted that I'm a failed Christian, so I'm not going to make any claims here, but
well, again, I
mean,
just
definitely, there's nowhere that it says that I know of that God is anything other than a just and loving God. And sometimes loving means, you have to spank some ass. So,
absolutely. That's not what Glenn said.
Needs money for ice cream. Boo want ice cream, but Boo needs money for ice cream, so Boo want money.
The fact that he has all these clips is pissing me off.
This show didn't have Shadow Realm and was longest than the other ones. All I'm saying. There's extra 20 minutes. So
you're welcome.
I think we kind of are situated already. Once again, this is just for sports, just for show. I hope that Glenn and Greed didn't thought like the antics and all that. I think it's just to be a little bit fun. We didn't have Shadow Realm today. Nothing but I think it's
fine.
I actually like people were saying why Greed was like the podcast is a big boy. You can handle it. Like the moderators, this is actually what makes fun having these moderators here.
Well, I was told to comment, so I commented.
Absolutely, and you have all the right to do so. They need to be prepared for our questions. It is what it is. So I'm going to establish the order, and I'm going to put myself on the hot seat today because I shouldn't be moderated today, but I did. So let me go with Greed, Lauren, and then Fatty. So Lauren, who you have winning and why?
You just said Greed, then Lauren, then you. Now
I know he said it all ass backwards.
Oh, I did it. Damn. No.
This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Go ahead, Greed. First Greed, Lauren, and then me. Go ahead.
Just a question. Oh, I mean, I don't know what to work with here. You put me on the spot, bro.
We all on the spot. I literally chose to go last, and that's the most problematic.
Or put me on the spot.
Hell no.
I don't understand this. This people only follow the red writing. I've actually never heard that. Where is that from?
Yeah, man. Like that's what I'm saying. So I took philosophy of religion when I was in college, and I'm saying it. When we had these discussions, it was really amazing to me where I would find all these different denominations and different beliefs and stuff. And there are people who are saying, as a Christian, they follow Christ, right? So they're literally pretty much ignoring all of the other texts in the Bible. It's what Christ said, and everything else is irrelevant. And I think, honestly, if I'm being honest, Greg, I think that's because of the fact that their life and their life choices don't align with the rest of the Bible, particularly the Old Testament, when there's a lot of rules and regulations in those areas. And people just try to find ways to justify their very own existence while holding on to this God and the text that comes along with it, because that's all they know. They're not going to create another religion. So they're just trying to find a way to hold on to that. But yes, people are arguing that because they're practicing Christianity, that means following Christ. So the rest of the text in the Bible is literally man-made, man-written, and they don't have to subscribe to it.
So I actually took philosophy. I had a philosophy was my minor. I had a double major in psychology and criminal justice. So, because I'm highly trained to be highly trained, but
damn, there's some James Bond shit,
right?
There's some Taken. I'll find you.
You're supposed to be determining who, in your opinion, won the debate, Greg. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Don't worry about it. You got this, Greg. Take your time.
So it's an interesting thing because when I really focused on Asian thought rather than theology when I was taking philosophy. The interesting thing about that argument is I've not heard the red writing argument, but I have heard that from some. I'm assuming they think they're Christians. People that, well, Christ absolved us of the Old Testament, and we're only supposed to follow. And to be honest, I also I have a different view. I'm Southern Baptist, so I have a different viewpoint on that. In that, yes, we're supposed to, Christ absolved us of the Old Testament structures, the 300 laws of whatever, and I don't. Again, I learned it. It's been a few decades, so you'll give me some slack on that, hopefully. But there's an interesting thing about humans that has nothing to do with the religion aspect of it, and that is we take what we want out of everything and ignore the rest. So regardless of your, whether, and when we talk about, and so this is why I really wanted to focus on not, Cozy, shut the fuck up. Your damn chat's pissing me off, man. Fuck those guys. I was asked to be here. So it's an interesting thing because when we, and one of the things I've tried to focus everybody in on is not these individual things. Well, God said this and God said that. That's irrelevant. Does the worldview overall, has it made the world a better place? I can simply answer that very easily because over here, regardless of people who say, I only follow the red writing or whatever, they're not out committing genocide, whereas Stalin, who had a non-Christian worldview, committed genocide, right? People over here now that do not have a Christian worldview are talking about cutting penises off being okay for school kids, right? Like you can't get me to your side of the aisle with any of the arguments you've made, because while you say you can pick and choose, I don't see where that is in any way, shape, or form better than the Christ-like worldview that we have, the Christian worldview. Is it flawed? Yes, I'm flawed as a human. Is it such that I'm, that you and Glenn and everyone else here will fail? Yes, absolutely. We're fucking humans. I fail every day. I learn something new every 20 minutes. It's not like I am not a higher power, right? I am not a deity,
right?
A frail fucking human that could die right now. You guys wouldn't be able to help me. So, in that aspect, you're really the part that I can give you your argument the best on is that you can pick and choose from different religions, but you are still picking from different religions, and many of them are still based around the basis of Christianity, even though they call themselves something else. So that's the best I can give you from your argument, right? Like I get it. I understand. The real problem I end up having is that if you decide, or if an agnostic decides, and I always have this interesting thing with agnostics and atheists, if you just decide that you want to do something, that's it. Because no matter what, I have a moral argument for everything that I do, because I can say, well, because God tells me to, right? And it's right there in the good book. It's right there. You can't point to anything except your preference. And every time you say, well, this is my preference, and because I want this is what I want to believe, I can say, well, why not? Well, I believe this, so why not accept my belief, right? So there's that argument as well. Glenn, I don't think Glenn got enough sleep, folks, because Glenn was off his fucking game tonight. He should have whooped your ass harder. He just didn't. Glenn, damn it, boy. Get some fucking sleep, guy. Be a better human.
Great. Please, can we just get the answer?
I was asked. I gave the answer.
What was it?
So who won?
Who won? I honestly, I think I can't answer because I'm biased. I would say that the Christian worldview,
I'm atheist. People.
I would say the Christian worldview won because nothing that being said is not something that resolves from or puts in place a better world than the Christian worldview. And I can.
I cut you off. You have more.
That's all right. I give Beans credit, man. He made some good points, but everything he said can just simply you can't. There's nothing about his worldview that makes the world better. And the argument was, is Christianity or agnosticism better for society? Nothing he pointed out makes the world better. Whereas everything Glenn said, if you follow the Christian ethic and worldview, it does make the world better. It's that simple.
Can I go now?
So one
bias aside.
One point for Glenn. Once again, thank you very much, Greed. Go ahead and follow
Greed. Just so you know, I just unsubscribed.
Okay, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Nah,
I need to refund you that?
Hey, Greed, don't worry because
I'll refund the super chat, bro.
You know, it's funny. Don't worry about it because if you come around and debate, we are going to have podcast as a moderator, and he's going to have we're going to have the chance to reach out. So don't worry about it. He's going to fight back. Don't even worry about it. He's going to.
You better get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
Coming soon, podcast moderating a debate from Greed. Miss Lauren, would you have win and why?
I'm gonna start with Grid. I was messing with you. I was really waiting for the answer because I really wanted to hear your opinion, and it just seemed stretched. But I will say, I actually came to the same conclusion that you came to. The only difference is I interpret it differently. So when I heard the fact that everything is based on Christianity, but the agnostic has the option to use other religions and other thought processes and things, it could actually elevate the thought process of how they think of the world. That made me think that would actually be better because they are open to their other ideas that could be beneficial to the world. So that's why I lean more towards podcasts being right.
So podcast 1.
Yes.
This is interesting. Yeah, I'm glad I went last. Woo. So, good points about Glenn. I like you submit to your masters every day when you follow the laws. I like that. That was a great point. Even when podcast was trying to use that apply to religion, we are subjugating to YouTube rules right now by not saying certain words, for example. Like, we know the rules, we know what we do, right? Some things, I'm going to the points that I make a bunch of notes. We know and they don't know, right? I don't think that you having 100% the notion that you know is good. There was a philosopher that says, the more I know I don't know. You having an open-minded, being agnostic about the things that you don't know, I think it makes you a better human being. When you have all the answers, a lot of times you have the wrong answers. And again, this is my interpretation. I believe that the wisest people in the planet finish their sentences with the interrogation point. I don't know if that's the name, instead of an exclamation point.
Question mark.
Yes, question mark. The second one was no moral without a Christian God. Glenn said that. I didn't like it because we actually can prove that there are a lot of people that have morals and don't believe in God. Actually, Japan is a good example, because Glenn said Christian God. If he said God in general, I could understand. Japan is one of the most orderly places on the planet Earth, and they are 1% Christian, and their religion came on at the same time as religion, so as Christianity. So I think that will kind of make the point that we can actually have morals and respect your elders and be orderly without the Christian God, because there's other people that have the same morals with other gods. I didn't like the this was the problem with what I saw here. It was that Glenn couldn't prove that Christians commit less crimes and are more like holy than agnostic people. Like, if you take the variant of Christianity, it sounds like atheists are committing crimes, agnostics are committing crimes, Christians are committing crimes. So it was at no point established that Christianity, or if you are a Christian, you are actually going to behave, if you have a worldview that is aligned with Christianity, that your results and your practicalities are going to be better than the agnostic person. So that was the point that I didn't like to. And I'm going to get to podcast, so don't even worry about it. Okay. Agnostics believe you can call boys and girls. You can call boys girls and girls boys. Glenn, that's not true. We believe agnostics, for the most part, believe in science. So that's not fair to say that.
Well, modern science says that you can. So if that's the case,
I don't know if science is that, Glenn. I'm an agnostic. I don't believe that boys are girls.
Let's ask the individual, as Beans pointed out. You can individually choose whatever you want to believe. That's your guys' point of view.
Words. So when we're talking about laws and all that, like, words have meaning. Before Christianity, there were dictionaries. Like 3,000 years before Christianity, we had dictionaries, like, throughout the world. So, like, the definitions of good, bad, crime, killing, all that, they were here before Christianity. Let me see another point. Without Christianity, you would never know what's right is wrong. The first nation, or not nation, but tribe, whatever, group in the world that defined that it was crime to kill somebody happened 2,000 years before Christ was born. So that was kind of a definition of what murder is and what should be crime or not before that. These were the parts that I didn't like. When it comes to podcast.
But real quick, Fatty, can we point out that you're referring to a lot of the things that you're referring to were outside of the.
No, I know. This is not points that I'm giving to podcasts because I'm going to get that. My last point is literally U.S. worldview, U.S. versus worldview, and when it comes to podcasts, right? Yeah. The second, let me go to podcast. Can you? So, can you have a worldview and practice atrocities? Glenn said yes. That was, in my opinion, a point to podcast, because if you can have a worldview that is Christian and literally do the same atrocities as agnostic, it sounds like it's useless. It sounds like you just can pick and choose. With like, there's no difference. There's no, like, if you can still do it, why just go ahead and look at it? Like, why mention your Christian point of view when you can just go around us doing the same thing as the people that don't believe in your worldview do? I add, Christianity is the interpretation of what God wants for you. This was why I asked the question. In my opinion, Christianity is literally the operator since the beginning until the end. And it's in the operator to actually be faulty or to commit errors, because Christianity is literally the interpretation of the word of God. True and true. So if that, like, you can separate the operator error when literally Christianity is the interpretation of what God wants you to do. That's my opinion. I am not versed in religion, so I think it was kind of like separating the good from the bad, when that's literally the concept of religion, is to interpret and make sure that everybody knows the word of God and how to move. Another one. This is what I kind of like. Podcast worldview allows a flexible approach where Christian worldview doesn't, but there's not a point for podcast because that's just what it is. The bad. I don't think podcast substantiated why agnostic worldview is actually better than Christian worldview. Like clear examples. This is what they're doing wrong. This is what we're doing good. I think he didn't do like a good job clearly saying this is all the things that you're doing wrong. And if you actually had the agnostic, atheist, secular, whatever the name you guys want to put it, this would be a way to actually be better. Self-deletions. The atheists not committing self-deletions. Actually, I covered this before. The lack of hope is one of the biggest reasons for self-deletion. And when you believe in God, there's the incentive for you to delete yourself to go meet God. But if you don't believe God, the lack of hope that things are going to get better literally makes you pull the trigger and black out. So I didn't agree with that part, and I took him 1 point there. What? Okay, this was the one that I was a little bit problematic for me. What you feel and the right thing to do will lead us to disaster. When greed asks you if I feel it's good because I felt like it. If everybody, if you put that on a macro brand, that will lead to disaster. It's not going to lead to the opposite. While Christianity, at least, you have like on the back of your head, if such and such is not good, not because I know, but because somebody told me to. And the reality is, and I think me and podcast agree, most people are idiots. Most people are dumb. And if they go by what I feel like it is good because I felt like it, instead of I'm not going to say it because podcast is going to fire me, that will bring a tremendous amount of like problems in society. So I didn't like that part. So okay, so this is the 2 points, and then I'm going to be a coward. Podcast didn't tackle, actually, I don't think he shouldn't go with the operator thing. He should go literally with the what the manufacturer said. Right? I can literally say your God gave you faulty rules. It's not about interpretation at all. If I take the book word for word, bar for bar, there's a bunch of bullshit there that is literally faulty rules, especially for 2024. The world that we live in, that actually will bring us back instead of up. I think you focus so much on, again, the worldview. I think not focusing on what actually God told us to do and said, this is what God told you to do, and this is what is wrong that we have to abolish as a agnostic view. I think this will actually be like it needed to be delivered a little bit stronger. And the last thing, I couldn't understand why you closed out on the US view. The West point of view, in my opinion, like literally closed down a bunch of things, because a bunch of things that I said here are not applicable because we're talking about an American worldview. And we know the religion was here for hundreds of or thousands of years before. There's concepts. The British brought it to the United States, but the British learned from this and these learned from that. So I think it was a capital mistake for doing that. So if there was worldview, I will give the win to world class. God damn it, look at that demon, to podcast. But because it was an American view, I don't think podcast actually proved that the worldview of agnostic was better than the worldview just from Christian point of view. And even though Glenn, in my opinion, like Reed said, I think he was not on his day because he did a bunch of self-punching and all that, I will have to give the win to Glenn Lawrence. But Glenn Lawrence is disqualified because he was here 1 hour late. So podcast won the debate. Podcast is the winner of our debate today. Salute to you, podcast. Congratulations on your win.
Nah, this is shit.
Podcast, how you feel after your second consecutive win? And I want Glenn and podcast, before we actually leave, to say what did they disagree with us, because I know this is going to be conversation and people are going to review it and all that, and I'm willing to participate. I will say this, okay? I am a 80. I'm as agnostic or 80s, whatever the name you want, as it gets, right? I think this again was a conversation where it was an uphill battle for podcast, because Christianity view like is established already. It's like it's literally established. So if I can create an agnostic view without Glenn saying this agnostic view is based on my religion morals, there's nothing I can do. There's literally nothing I can do, because everything that I will literally come with and say abolishing the da. Oh, but Christian said this on this part of this book and such and such and such and such. There's nothing that you can come up with that is not based on 3 religions, 7 different countries, 7 different cultures. The United States is a gigantic melting pot. So it will be very difficult to create something new without the Christian influence. And that is kind of the loophole that make us literally go around and around and around, because what is the chicken or the egg? Was Christianity that made you come through with these agnostic points, or it was you having free will and be curious and all that make you find morals that bridge you to God and Christianity, and then we go around and around on a cycle? So I think it was very, 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 very difficult for podcasts to get out of there, even though I think Glenn today, like especially when Glenn said, and I don't know a lot about Bible, maybe I'm wrong, when he said, no, God didn't told nobody, like he didn't kill nobody, like, oh, that. And I don't know nothing about it, so I'm going to be extremely quiet. I'm going to research, and then I'm going to come back. Glenn, podcast, Reed, Lauren, especially the debaters, do you guys want to correct us in anything that you didn't like? What's going on? Like, please give us our feedback when it comes to the moderators.
Yeah, I'll say this, man. I think Lauren was being racist towards me.
Damn.
No, I'm just playing. no, I think
we can hear you. Can hear you.
Yeah, no, I think honestly, like this debate was so good for me because I'm listening to the takes and I'm really listening to them, trying to see where I could have, been better at or been stronger at. You see what I'm saying? And so, like, if you say you didn't hear me make a certain point, and I feel like I actually did that, then I'm not taking it personally. You see what I'm saying? Lauren, I think, to me, said the reason why I think I won the debate, right? Which is that the specific worldview that I hold makes room for other information, right? Again, if you take like Ephesians, 1 Corinthians, you know what I'm saying, the Proverbs, the Psalms, it's a lot of different texts in the Bible that you can take out, remove all of the delusion and all of the deity and all of that other stuff that's impossible. And then you will have a book of principles that is absolutely great to live by. And there's no God, no deity, no divine anything for you to need to subscribe to. And you can do that with every other religion or every other, Buddhism isn't really a religion, right? Technically. Yes. But you can subscribe to ideology from that. Take what's good from it and apply that to yourself. And that's what an omnist is, right? A person that's an omnist subscribes to all religions, right? But
I agree with her. I just want to tell you why I didn't land on what she said. And this is the conversation that we have about just because you change doesn't mean that it's good. Just because you can absorb other information, that doesn't mean that it's good. You as a Christian, you have that skill set. You as agnostic, you might not have nothing and says, I'm going to pick up this part of the religion, this part from science, this part from this part from that, and then decide to become a villain and use all that shit.
I don't think that's a particularly good. I don't think that's a strength.
I think it's.
But we do it anyway.
I think it's just like a superpower. I think podcast view as a higher ceiling, right? As a higher ceiling, because you literally can pick and choose the best thing from everything and put it on the same ball and move along. I think too that the probability for you to become a giant villain on that side of the thing exists in abundance, because when you are not anchored into fear, and that's a lot of what religion is. When you're not anchored into fear, when you are not anchored into if I do this, something is going to happen to me. I think human beings are on their best behavior when they fear consequences that something happened to them. So,
and that's the crazy thing, though. That's literally why.
It's not about your position, because I agree with your position when it comes to ceiling. I think it's because of human nature. Human nature needs to be contained, and Christianity actually does a good job when it's practiced, because most people don't practice. A worldview of Christianity will literally suppress human nature and kind of put us a little bit down if it was working, which we know kind of.
But remember, even Glenn pointed out as one of the better arguments to me was about the fact that people who are in Christianity do the same thing. Right? They go through the Bible and they pick and choose the things that they're going to apply to their lives. Well, that I'm gonna go with, this I'm not, right? It says don't do this, but that's okay. I'm still gonna do it. God knows my heart, right? And I'm saying, well, why limit yourself, you know what I'm saying, to this one ideology when there's so much more in the world for you to take in? Greg just told you himself he was double majoring and minoring, right? In philosophy, right? We do it anyway. We study, we learn, we watch movies, we read books, we take music, we take things from all areas of life and that we feel comfortable with, that we feel strengthens us, and we add them to our armor. We do that anyway. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing that I thought actually to me probably would have been the only thing that would have elevated me past Glenn, is that because the strongest argument that he could have specifically, which he landed, was that, well, this is what the text say, right? And so if we apply this, then this could be the outcome. And the only argument that I have against that is, well, we did that, but while we were doing that, we were also doing this, and look where it led us to. So the
Suppose
only
let-
other
let-
argument I could
let-
make was that, well, shit. I
Let
can
me
take
test
that.
that. Let me test that.
Make
'cause
life better.
Yeah, let me test that so we can see if 100% of people, like imagine there's half of the world, right? And half
Mhm.
of the world religiously follow the Christian worldview,
Mhm.
and half of the world religiously follow the agnostic worldview.
Mhm.
Which world do you think will be safer? Which world do you think you'll be in more chaos? Which world would think you would function better? Which world would think you would be more disorganized, more chaos, and all? Like, which one do you think? 100% in one side, 100% in the other one.
Yeah, so for me, it would be the agnostic world. And the reason why is because there would be no God for you to say knows my heart. Right?
That's what I disagree with you. That's,
be
that's
thinking
what I
about
disagree.
you wouldn't be thinking about an afterlife. You wouldn't be thinking about all this forgiveness and only God can judge me and all of that other stuff. You would be way more concerned with, hey, yo, over here, we ain't playing them games. Ain't no God. We gonna fuck you up. You get out of line.
But actually that's where I disagree with you. I actually you don't let me go a step further. Agnostic, Christian.
Mhm.
If you put Islam, I guarantee you the Islamic will for work better than the Christian. And
Oh, yeah, but you ain't asked me that.
No, I got you. And the Christian will work better than the agnostic. You know why? The fear. Like fear was a very, very strong weapon to actually control population. I think we are fear-based, to be honest. The only thing that can unite the KKK and the Black Panther is aliens. If the aliens come to the earth and everybody's in fear that the aliens are going to attack, you are going to see a KKK member and a Black Panther literally fighting against the aliens each other like there's nothing. I think that's the only thing that actually unites.
You're talking about Old Testament?
I don't know.
You're saying if the practice was the Old Testament practice, that it would
I would say if the laws were more draconian, and you know what I mean with
there you
that
go.
shit.
Right.
If the laws were a little bit more draconian, you guarantee you that we weren't doing what we're doing right now.
But Glenn, you know what he means by that, right?
What
about draconian laws, right?
Give me the context. So, I mean, I have an understanding.
Chop your hand off type shit. You get
they're extremely harsh. Yes.
Okay,
that's more like Old Testament.
That's my point. Is that Christian based?
It was by an emperor called Draco that was extremely harsh.
You have historical. You got to understand, like the Bible is broken into multiple sections. So yes, just because the Bible said that this was going on at this time, this was the law at this time. Like from a history account, that's just giving you a history of understanding of what was going on at the time. Doesn't necessarily mean it's like God, it's ideal that He wanted that, right? But that's the account of what took place. The funny thing, here's my problem with the agnostic worldview that you use as an argument was that Christians don't even abide by this, so there's no accountability. Well, in your framework of an agnostic worldview, there is no accountability. It's all about the individual, right? And so that means that the individual's worldview from an agnostic sense is that I could do someone wrong because it's okay in my worldview. That's where it's like there's no accountability, which you said there's no accountability in Christianity. I said, no, there actually is accountability in Christianity because this says thou shalt not do this. Oh, but why people do it? Well, because they don't want to obey. So they don't want to obey. They're still going to face the consequences.
Because that's, to me, I think, I'm tell you why I think that's a bad argument. Because when you're looking at the agnostic worldview, you're saying there's no accountability, right? And you're putting the accountability on self. But then from the Christian worldview, you're putting the accountability on the collective. You're putting the accountability on the text. And so that's what I'm saying.
There's accountability. Like,
hold on. Let me finish and then you can respond. Because listen to what I'm saying. You're putting the accountability on the text. You're saying, well, the text say. Well, as an agnostic, I could say, well, the law says. I still have that, right? I can still say the law says.
But
right?
you said if it's your worldview, you don't have to abide by it.
But that's why I want to
do the same way. That's my point.
But that's actually I don't think that's correct.
But that's part. Let me just say one thing, Reed, and then you got it right. And this is why I think the agnostic upside is higher, but he has a gigantic probability to disaster. Like, for example, if they would follow religion, Like Lauren, thank you very much for being here. I truly appreciate you. I know it's Friday, you have a boyfriend and all that. So go have fun, go make babies. I appreciate you, and I see you soon. Thank you very much. So this is what I mean. And if anybody, like, if you guys want to leave, I'm going to read all the super chats too. If you guys feel like it, you can leave too. It's fine, right? So if a Christian leader that follow exactly what he says there, I think there's a high chance for order and a smaller chance for destruction. I believe when it comes to an agnostic society, you can literally have the biggest villain or the biggest hero. Because the person that is making the rules and the laws, if society is going to follow an agnostic rule and there's no like base standards, and the person that gets in power, the king, whatever, makes the rules and the laws, you can have the most morally nice society and everything goes good, or you can have a gigantic, like, that's the biggest tyranny.
Well, that's how dictators come to power, right?
I will actually side more with that.
I want to come back to this this accountability argument, because I've heard this used a couple of times, and I meant to comment on it earlier. I just, again, I wasn't taking part in the debate, so I can't do that. But
no, it's good. We the first 3 shows we did this shit. We were just like you, jumping on people's backs and saying, punch him. I got him.
So here's the thing about accountability, saying Christians put accountability on the book, and that's false. That's blatantly false, and it's completely disingenuous. I use it as a guideline, but all the responsibility is on me to perform to that guideline. I can't say, well, this book absolves me of responsibility. In fact, it gives me responsibility. I have to live up to a standard. Agnostics have no standard to live up to that they do not determine for themselves, which means that just like people going to the gym, I'm going to real world example this. I know I need to go to the gym. There's nothing to tell me to go to the gym. If I get up in the morning and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to fucking go to the gym this morning. I just don't go to the fucking gym, because there's nothing to hold me to that. But if I'm in the fucking military and there's a code there that I have to go to the gym, then I have to get up and take my ass to the gym. So I think that it's disingenuous to say that the book gives you any kind of the book is accountable and not you. God is not accountable for my actions. I am accountable for my actions and being able to live up to that book. Right? Like that's how that works. Agnostics don't have that, can't have that. There's nothing to hold you to any standard that you just don't decide that you want to be. So therefore, the whole argument's done right there. Like, agnostics can't be better for society because there's nothing to hold you to any standard.
I disagree.
What would hold you to a standard, Fatty? I gotta hear this. You disagree? I want to hear it. Before Beans gives you the answer.
Secular humanism. I am not religious, and I understand that killing somebody is something wrong. I understand that eating somebody without the cause is wrong. I understand that a bunch of things are wrong. And the thing, like I told you, it's not that. I think, like you say, you can, for one side, saying animals are the ones that are instinct based. They don't do nothing. Like they think they just react.
About laws, but let's move away from laws for a second.
No. But let me finish that point, right? Because that's your own. That's the point. Remember when your own podcast was talking about animals? Like, if we are different from animals and we don't go about it based on instinct, you are literally admitting that me as a human being have the brain capacity to understand if I should do something, and if I do something, if I should go and exercise, if not, I have that capability of going to the gym because I know what is good for me, even though I'm obese, right? That doesn't make me an immoral person. That makes me aware that are some things that are good and some things that are wrong, and I don't need religion or law to say it to me. I don't need that.
But if you're following the law, right? Because you know murder is bad, you know all of that bad.
Yes.
There's no law against cheating on your wife. So if you cheat on your wife and you decide that as an agnostic that's perfectly okay, that's moral. There's nothing wrong with that. I can cheat on my wife all I want. There's nothing to tell you not to do that
Yes,
because
it is.
you've made that decision for
Yes, it is.
yourself.
No, you
And
know why it is? Because cheating is lying and lying is wrong.
Right.
But there's no law against lying.
No, but that's the point.
If I decide
don't
to
need the
lie,
law.
so if I decide to sign as an agnostic, if I decide to sign a contract and knowing full well that I'm lying through my fucking teeth, if I decide to lie to somebody and
Yes.
take their money and commit fraud as an agnostic, I can say that's fine. And
No,
there's
I can't,
there's
because
no
no,
law
no,
against
because-
it.
Wait, hold
If
on,
there's no man-made law against it, there's nothing wrong with that because I've decided that that's right.
So you think that the agnostic doesn't believe in the right to private property? You
I
believe
don't
in an
know.
agnostic
I
goes
don't
to a
know.
star and says, "This
I
is
don't know
mine."
what to believe.
Yeah, that's
Really?
exactly his argument.
I have a book to tell me what I
let say
believe.
something, right? Because first of all, so sometimes I don't know if I'm speaking English or not, but Glenn said, right, that there was nothing to hold an agnostic accountable. And then he said, but we have the word of God to hold us accountable. That's what he said. Does everybody want to agree with that?
Right, yeah.
Whoa.
But
Okay,
everybody
so
was putting
I'm not the one who is saying that the text holds you accountable. He is.
No, you were saying that it absolves us of accountability.
No. I'm saying people use it that way. I'm not saying it does, though. But I argue early that people use it that way. But I'm not saying that it does. There's absolutely text in the Bible that tells you can take your ass to hell, right? So it's
Yeah,
like
I say
get
that. I tell people that all the time. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do, but you're going to hell. I mean,
right. But my
I don't
argument
care.
isn't that what I'm saying is you. When you say that, when you put the accountability on the text, accountability comes from inside, right? That's that's why I always tell people you can't hold anybody else accountable. That's just a term of phrase, right? But accountability comes from inside. Oh shit! I just threw the rock. I bust a window. Let me go knock on the door and tell them, "Hey man, you know the rock came through your window. That was me. I did that." That's you taking accountability for your actions, right? That comes internally, right? There's no book that you need to understand that you ought to do that. You're accountable for that, right? So that's what I was saying. The book outside of that, what I'm saying is, as an agnostic, I could have my mother. Remember, we're not born adults, right? We're born children. So my mother, my father, my siblings, my friends, my classmates, my coworkers as a team, my teachers, I'll have all of these people around me as examples of what is and what is not right, right? And they don't necessarily have to subscribe to religious texts. That's the problem. Is like even with the text that Coach K just sent, you're the thing that you're saying is based on your belief. That's the problem. What if you were born in a world where you didn't have that? What if you were born? You know what I've asked Christians, Grid? If you were born in a Muslim world, do you think you would still be a Christian? And they look at me with a straight fucking face and say yes. Like somehow it was just gonna magically be different for them. Fuck these other 2.7 billion people that was born in this place that are the religion that they were born around, but somehow for you it's gonna be different. No,
even with the time that you're born. If we were born,
But see, actually, I could point out, yeah, because you know how many Christian or Muslims have converted from to Christianity,
but there's a
and
small
Christian. But he just said, you think you're really going to become a Christian?
No,
They can
there's
say,
a
yeah,
small
because
percentage
they have done that. There's
It's
evidence of people
possible,
doing that.
but it's not probable.
But
It's a small
yes,
percentage.
no, but he said he just
Guys,
said
I'm going to
that
take a leak. You guys keep arguing.
Damn.
So here's
too much information.
probability is too low, Glenn, to use it as an argument.
Yes, it's a small percentage.
It's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's possible.
And
So could they say, like, yeah, I will still be a Christian if they grew up? Sure, they still could.
It's possible. I don't think it's probable. And the thing is, I think
that's what the key word is. I don't think. So you're saying that what you think is superior to what they think.
No.
What I'm saying, Glenn, is what they think is based on their fucking faith. They're not using logic. They're not
What you're saying,
processing at all.
exactly. You're saying, well, what I think is more superior to what you think. And
I think I'm thinking. I don't think they're thinking. I think they're just saying the thing that they think they're supposed to say.
You think that they're not thinking.
They're thinking.
You're still putting
That's what I'm
your
saying.
thought process above their thought process because you think your thought process is more superior.
I don't.
Yes, I
think-
do because I'm actually thinking.
Are you?
So this is the point that I think podcast believes in cultural relativism, meaning if we were born in India, we wouldn't be eating cow, but because we were born in the United States, we eat cow. But if we're born in China, we'll eat dog. But now we look at the dog and say, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like we wouldn't be eating pig if we were born in Saudi Arabia. Like we know that shit, right? So
Absolutely.
I think the same way that the culture a lot of times says what we eat, where do we go, how many times we pray and all that, I believe for the most part, most people that will born in Japan will be Christian. They will be from the majority religion that they have there. And like the point that I usually like to do, Glenn, is the time thing. We kind of look at slavery as some bad shit. But if we were born 400 years ago, would you kind of look at slavery as a bad thing? Especially if you had 7 slaves and work for free and all that, because we like to talk about morality. Remember, 3 generations ago, our grandparents was getting wives that were not 18, right?
Well, my family came from Italy, so I
And
don't know
20 years ago, and 20 years ago,
I'm a second generation Italian, so
You
you know
see?
my people came over as indentured servants and slaves. So you know,
and 20 years ago, we were in high school trying to all at the most beautiful woman in high school, and the guys that were in college with the cars and shit were taking him home, and the parents were okay with this shit. So
Speak for
literally,
yourself.
so in literally 20 years, morality changed completely. You see what I'm saying? The teacher could eat the
but see,
kid.
the
The
people-
teacher could eat the kid, and now if the teacher eats the kid, he goes to jail. Like morality is very fluid, and see, if we saw
That I would say that's cultural morality, and that's not a morality based on a belief system. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if it's because you could say, okay, you could use Islam, right? Because you use Islam as like very strict, right? Strict. There's consequences, chop off your hand, type of thing. Their
Right.
morality is based upon their faith as well, right?
Yes.
Now they're not as liberal as the Muslim nation, not nowhere near as liberal as America. I
Right.
think if Christianity was practiced in the same sense as you know,
It's practiced in the Eastern world.
yeah, you wouldn't see the shit that we see here. You wouldn't see the level of fuckery that they would be in place. But because of our culture, American culture, the way it is now, we see just that. That's what I'm getting at. So,
but that's what I'm saying. I didn't.
That's
Again,
it has nothing to do with the religion or the belief, right? It has to do with the individual and how they execute it, how the culture of collective bodies are now executing this.
Okay,
That's not-
but
has nothing to do with the
that's not a bad point. But Glenn, look, it's like I said, there's a couple of things I didn't bring up because I didn't want people to think I needed to use it to win the debate. But like even with the age thing that Fatty was just talking about, right?
The what
if we
thing?
practice the age thing, right? The age of consent, pretty much. If we practice Christianity the way it was in the Bible, we still out here with 13 and 14-year-old girls being married. sold off.
Hold on, if you're gonna go there, you got to understand there's the difference between adult being a child, or what we call a child, because really it's really either pubescent, prepubescent, or post-pubescent, right?
Mhm.
And a 13-year-old post-pubescent individual is biologically adult, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's what they were basing things off of. And you also remember that time frame, a lot of people were living shorter lives. Life expectancy was nowhere near as long. There's a lot of other factors that took place. Young people were actually more mature because they had a lot more, you know, hard work. That life was different than it is now. So of course we could say, yeah, today when we think of a 13-year-old girl, you know, being a mother, we're like, that's disgusting. Who would ever even do such a thing?
Glenn and I had a great argument about this the other day.
We just did, and it's because of the culture that we're in says that, you know, it allows that to be that way. But again, if you're looking at it from a biological point, right? Post-pubescent is biologically a full adult.
Hey, Glenn,
biologically speaking,
we had a great conversation, just like you and Greed, about that 1 year or 2 years ago, and people still calling me a pedo because of that.
No, I'm
just telling you, like,
oh no, trust me, I know.
understand what you guys say.
I was actually arguing against this, but from understanding the time frame and understanding what was going on in that culture at that time, we understand why you know,
you are not an apologist. You are just giving context to what happened there.
Yeah.
Like, it's just,
Yeah, I was the one that was being I played the role of I don't know, convince me.
Yeah,
and the originally before Glenn came on, the people who were making the case were failing fucking miserably.
Yeah. Once upon a time, we had those freedoms.
Well, hold on. But see, this is the thing, though, right? Do you know what I always ask, right? When that is mentioned, the part that Glenn just mentioned, right? Because with the people like to say God is not a respecter of persons, all this different stuff. You know, God is above and beyond time. God isn't subjected to man's culture, right? It's supposed to be the other way around. Men are supposed to be subjected to the culture of God. Correct.
Well, the church is supposed to influence culture, not culture influence church.
Right. So God chose a 14-year-old, right, to impregnate with Jesus.
You know Mary's age for certain?
Well, you want me to trust the scholars or no?
Because I don't even think the scholars could say that they know for certain. They say they believe she's from this age to this age. So
absolutely.
That's
when you add those,
you're choosing to pick the youngest of that spectrum.
Well, that's not.
But I think that's a little disingenuous.
She was 23, fresh out of college.
They always say 14 or 15.
So they say between 14 to 18. Many of them do that.
I've never read anybody say 18 ever. And you just made the argument that that's what they was doing at that time.
Well, I can point out, yes, but that doesn't mean that you know for certain their age. They don't know for certain her age. Nobody knows.
Even if I add 14, 15, and 16 and divide by 3, I still end up with 15. So it makes no difference. The fact of the matter is that most people say she was between 14 and 16 years old. And most people say 14 to 15. Most people don't even go as high as 16, right? Most scholars anyway. So that's the point, is that I always argue, well, if it was good for God, and people like to tell me God don't change, what's your arguments against it today? See, it's not that I carry any of these opinions, because I'm agnostic to the whole thing. I don't give a fuck, right? But make it make sense. Don't just say things, right? You have to try to.
It makes sense. Again, it goes back to biological. You're going to say biologically that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying this is what I say to people when they make.
It doesn't make sense. Like you guys saw the debate between Sneeko and the Moist dude, that the motherfucker went to retirement. Like the Moist.
I thought they both were wrong. You heard me. I said they both were wrong.
Sneeko, like Moist, had everything to say.
Sneeko had the better argument, though.
But they were both wrong.
No, I don't think he did, because
he had the better argument, and he lured Moist right into a logic trap he couldn't get out of.
But agreed, that's the point. Moist defeated himself, because if Moist stayed on the side of, so you think it's just a question of maturity. Maturity is subjective. You are going to have a dumbass parent that is going to think a 13-year-old is actually mature enough, and he's going to send you right to R. Kelly. And now what? Nobody can do
my
that.
Argument, like I said, the whole idea,
it's
like,
very fluid,
who defines maturity?
Exactly.
Who determines who's mature?
Yeah,
and that's why I said I agree that there need to be an arbitrary age. Although the individual may be physically mature to birth a child, right? The question is, and then this is where it goes back to what was going on back then. People were more mature. Younger people were more mature back then because life was different back then. It was hard. There were certain circumstances that they were living under that we are not living under today. So we're not saying all things equal. The only thing that they're doing in this argument is saying, oh, they're both 14, so that's equal. Yes. But that's not. That's being disingenuous or dishonest or intellectually dishonest to the fact that this 14-year-old lived a completely different life. Yeah. So that.
Like the thing is, people need to understand laws is for the worst of us. It's not for the best of us.
I mean, Fatty, in your country, in many parts of Europe, 14 is legal.
My country is 16. 14 is for kids with kids, kind of like a 14-year-old with a.
See, I disagree with the consent age. I don't think there should be a consent age.
I think 16 is the bare minimum.
No, here's the reason why I'm saying I don't think you should. If you're a minor and you're under the age of adulthood, right? You should not have the right to consent to anything. Like,
can you repeat that again?
Yeah. So, okay, if you're a minor, if you're a kid, if you're my son, right, or my daughter, and you think that you have the right because you hit 16 that you have the right to consent to sex, but I'm still responsible for you. I'm your guardian. I am legally
that was Nico's
accountable.
argument, right?
Yeah, I'm legally accountable for you. Then no, you should not be able to have the right to say that, because why are you going to be able to go do something that I'm going to have to be responsible for? So you don't have that right. That's why I think.
But there's
the problem
with shady parents. But there's the problem with shady parents.
You should go to the adult age. Whatever the age of adult is, you want to go to 18, 21, whatever, then that's when you can say you can have sex. That's when you can say you can get married. But before that, until you have no guardianship that I'm not responsible for, you shouldn't be able to consent to shit.
Yeah, but it's because your laws are kind of, for example, in Europe, you can drink at 16, you can fuck at 16, you can't at 14, but 16 you can fuck with adults. At 18, you are able to vote, you are able to drive, and all that.
For
you guys is the
You can drink at 16?
Yes.
Who's responsible for the 16-year-old if they get in trouble?
What do you mean? If the 16-year-old fucks a 17-year-old, there's not.
No, I'm just saying. Let's say the 16-year-old does something illegal.
It's charged as an adult already. Like,
the parents not accountable?
No. Only 15 and younger. 16.
Okay, so 15 is what you're saying.
16, you are a semi-adult, right? You can vote, you can drive, but you are. Yeah. No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's really crazy. At 21, you can vote. But at 18, you can go to war.
18, you can vote, but 21, you can drink.
No. I'm sorry. At 21, you can drink, but at 18, you can go to war. And at 16,
stupid. I think that's
you
stupid
can drive a weapon, literally a vehicle that can kill 7 people just because you are.
Yeah, I think that's stupid. I think they should make it all one age, 18 or whatever, and be like, you can't drink, you can't smoke, you can't fuck, you can't drive until you hit this age of where you are entirely independent from your parents' guardianship. Yeah. You know, I think that's where
it's cultural relativism. Like, you are so used to something being normal that you look at this and say, what's the problem with, like, you see what I'm saying? What's the problem with the 17-year-old? Like, you see what I'm saying? But then you look at it, and people from the other side of the world is going to say, nope, that's not okay.
At least in this country, we infantilize our
that's
kids.
the problem that we do.
Let me say this. I want to say to Glenn, man, I appreciate you, bro. I'm glad I met you. I'm glad we rocked out a couple of times before this debate, so we was familiar with each other. There was a level of respect there. You know, I appreciate you. Can't wait for you to do another late night, early morning stream. I'll be over there with you. Grid, Grid, I want to say to you, I appreciate the shout out that you gave me on your channel. I made a short out of that. I really appreciate that. Absolutely. I appreciate all the support that you have been doing for these man-driven panels, man, and channels. And I'm seeing your numbers growing, and I'm subscribed. I'm tapping in, man. So I appreciate you.
I'm glad you didn't unsubscribe, bro. Just because I'm hard on you, man.
I think you should.
I'm hard on everybody. Don't worry about it. I gave Glenn hell the other night.
I was absolutely serious when I said thank you for challenging me. Like, I don't do drugs and shit, you know what I'm saying? I barely ever drink. So, these debates, these conversations are my stimulant. I like to be challenged. So I really appreciate that from you, man. And, I'm rocking with you. I'll be around. And Fatty, you already know what it is, bro.
I appreciate
I'm proud
you,
of you, man. I'm so thankful that you have put this together. I know it's just going to get bigger and better. We rocking with you. Stay out of trouble. And I got to go talk to a few people.
Podcast, I appreciate you once again, the winner of the show, because Glenn was late. Thank you very much.
Winner by default.
There's what was on the rule book. I'm just here so I don't get fined. There's my Bible. The Bible said,
bro,
he was late.
Throwing away an easy win, bro.
Throwing
away an easy win. So I was coming back from a meeting, and then so I have a magnet that holds my phone on my motorcycle. Yeah. Well, sometimes if I have to brake really hard because somebody cuts me off, the thing will just dislodge, and it dislodged, and then phone break. I grabbed the broken phone right off the ground, and I'm holding it. I'm like, I can't unlock my computer because everything is, you got to go through your phone for the secure. So I had to use my old Samsung and activate that, and then put it, everything back. Oh, it was such a pain in the ass.
No, it's fine, Glenn. But I just want to say thing, right? Even though you were late today, especially I'm going to talk about last week, not this week. I understand what you're trying to do, and that's a massive alley-oop. It didn't go through. I will never hold it against you. See what I'm saying? If Andrew doesn't want to show up, it is what it is. It wasn't the intent. It was kind of you and Teriyaki or Farney, somebody that is kind of a human.
You just asked me to bring somebody, and I was
but
like,
that's the point. It was Vikings against Wakanda that I wasn't expecting for Thanos to come true. You see what I'm saying? Like, I kind of understand what you try to do, and I'll never hold it against you. We have time. Like, once again, we have time to kind of mesh this shit. So I appreciate the effort. At least you're trying to make it true. He didn't like the format, but I think today when you were here, you kind of understand the format is not as bad as it. On the email looks way more.
The way it's worded, it's not.
Is a lot. Is a bunch of, but like on the email, it looks messy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They just seem more confusing than what it is.
But when you actually see it, the only thing that is messy is the moderators going a little bit more harder at the people around. So
the moderators are able to propose questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
that's the only thing that's different.
And this was my idea. I thought Andrew would love that because he's the professional. He's the NBA player. He comes here, plays with the amateurs. You see what I'm saying? I think he would actually enjoy the fact there's like two people that are moderating, kind of giving him pushback, so it kind of level out a little bit the thing, because he's a wash. One-on-one with the moderator that is quiet, just saying, like nobody in this space is going to be able to compete with him. So I thought, like, if he actually watched it, it would be extremely fun. But you come in here, Grit come in here. I think today was a interesting show. A little bit later than we usually go about it, but
I think the sad thing is that we didn't answer the question of, and this is where I was trying to get in earlier with when Beans is here. You're going off of a hypothetical. We think that this could eventually be better than what already is, and there's no proof to show that, but there is proof to show that when this worldview is applied correctly, there is good growth, there's prosperity, there's longevity in it. And that's where I'm getting at, is like, if we have proven history that if it's applied correctly, it is good and it's successful and it's a blessing to all. To say, we theoretically this could be good, and as you pointed out, Fatty, this could either be good or could be really, really bad. There's no certainty there. With Christianity, at least you do have a certainty that we have historical account that when it's applied even remotely close to as close as possible, it's still good. There's no example that we could refer to from an agnostic worldview that if applied even whatever, because it's so more individualized, that it actually benefits society overall. That's where I was thinking, like, that's the problem with the conflicting worldviews.
I understand that point. Even though I'm agnostic, I'm still trying to figure out a better way. And because I don't have a better way, like, I usually think about the best of the best scientists, the best politicians, the best this, the best that, and put everybody together, put them on a bow, and they lead the world, and the world goes to a best place. But I don't do the same thing with Christians. If I put the best Christians of the best and I let them actually do, I think that's the problem, is we're trying to compare the worst of something with the best of something, and that's where we get into trouble with that. So I'll try to find, like, on this, we're going to do like triple team you, Greed, and I don't know, like a gigantic, like whatever, and I'm going to defeat you guys on that point.
Oh, you can bring Farney up. I mean, me and Farney argue more than anybody. We argue with each other.
I actually like Farney.
I like Farney too.
The thing is with Farney, like, there's a lot of positions when I arguing with him that I don't even think strongly about, and I just do it because it's fun. But I do, like, I kind of have to like a definitive idea. I didn't think about it, so it will be fun to actually integrate him in this. And
see, he's already arguing with me now. The better way, like, he's in the chat. The better way.
I'm talking about
the way. Like, already, we're arguing, Barney, over worldview. Which worldview is best for society overall? So it is. Which one is better?
What was his side?
Oh, you don't see him in my chat? He's in my chat.
No. What was his side? What was the side that he was representing?
Farney will say that Jesus is or the Bible Christian worldview is only the only way. That's what he would say, and I would agree with
the
that.
only way.
The
But
only
there's the
way.
thing.
Only way.
But
The
there's
only
like,
way.
how does he like? And there's the thing. I usually use
Now,
Japan
again,
as ref-
if it's
You
applied
can't use.
correctly,
You can't keep using Japan.
Yes,
they have
I
like,
can.
dude. They have a literally a forest devoted to suicide, bro.
That's irrelevant because self-harm, in my opinion, is actually irrelevant. Like if you kill yourself, I'd rather have you be very honorable and respectful to your parents, be good, like go to your job, respect your boss, respect all the laws, don't steal, don't commit crimes, and then if you feel like it, you go ahead and you go that on that little tree and you do. I respect that more than my life sucks, so I'm going to make your life suck even more. I think on this society that we're at right now is people are more inclined to do harm other people because if I'm bleeding, I'm going to make you bleed. I think on Japan is the opposite. Is I'm bleeding.
would you say that like an agnostic? Here's the thing. I think you propose a different definition of an agnostic worldview than Beans. Because Beans said it's an individual. The individual gets to choose his worldview.
No, I don't believe in that. I believe in getting the best of the best, and they make the rules for.
But see, that's not what the
below.
argument. So the argument that he proposed was individualism. So if you think it's right,
I get it.
And that's where I said that produces
I get
chaos, and that worldview cannot be beneficial to society overall.
Yes. So in my worldview, I will pick the best scientists. They will go and look at data from everything and everywhere, see what works. Okay, Sweden has this good, we steal it. Portugal has this good, we steal it. The United States have this good, we steal it and put it all together. I don't care what religion it comes from. I don't care what country it comes from. If it works, that's what we're going to use. I'm a pragmatic on that sense. You see what I'm saying? I think it limits. It would be good to steal some things from Islamic countries, to be honest. It would be actually awesome. Some laws here and there, but we don't do it because we like there's no way we go back and put the genie on the bottle.
If we just applied Christianity and the way that the Bible is instructs us to live our lives, it covers all that. It covers like, you know.
I think the better question is, what part of the Bible do you have a problem with?
Me myself,
yeah,
with arbitrary rules.
With what?
Arbitrary rules. Like, for example, why can two women that like each other, kiss each other, fuck each other, adopt an abandoned kid that was abandoned by an heterosexual couple, raise him, get married, and ride to the sunset? I don't understand why that's bad. I truly don't. And I think religion puts a cap on it to the point where...
So, I mean, statistically, so you said you want to take the best, right? Statistically, in that analogy,
yes,
lesbian relationships have the highest level percentage of abuse.
I know,
in the
but
relationship.
you prove my point. But you prove my point, Greed, because
that's why God tells you not to do it.
No, I got you. But you know what's the best? The relationships that have more success, more money, less domestic violence, less divorce.
But the Bible tells you that.
No,
a man and a woman. The Bible says that very clearly.
But you see what you did, Greed. Lesbians have the worst. They have more domestic violence. They have more divorce. They have more everything. You know who actually has the best results? Gay men. That's the truth. That's literally the truth. Gay men has the, in terms of financial, less divorce, less domestic violence. Gay men actually have better results than heterosexual couples. So by that,
but they don't reproduce, so they don't. They fail.
No, that's fair. But every baby that is adopted by a gay couple was abandoned by a heterosexual couple, and this is my point about the agnostic
woman.
Actually, I don't think that's true. Yeah, it's abandoned by a woman, but not necessarily a couple, because
if the man wanted the kid,
they may have never told the man that she was pregnant.
You're
making a lot of assumptions.
I will agree with that.
If you're living your life according to Christian values, then there are no children for gay men to adopt, and therefore gay men are a dead end of the gene pool.
Yeah, but that's the point. If everybody was a trucker, we wouldn't, like, the society wouldn't work. Like, we understand that there's a small percentage of people that are going to be gay. If more than 30% were gay, we will cease to exist. So I understand,
But,
and
but why are they gay? Are they gay because
I don't know.
they're gay because they get the laws allow them to choose so? If the laws were more on according to the biblical doctrine that was not allowed legally, then would they be gay?
There's been gay people since the beginning of time.
I think people maybe struggle with the homosexual desires.
Look at what happened to Rome. Like,
what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, but there's the point. Gay people.
There was a consequence for it, right?
But Glenn, that's the thing. I believe in meritocracy. You see what I'm saying?
Rome burned to the ground, right?
What'd you say?
Rome burned to the ground, right?
But every empire burns to the ground sooner or later. The United States are not going to be number one forever. China is not going to be number one forever. That's cyclical. Like nobody that was the king of the world that one it like continued to be until the end of times. Like 500 years and there's next 500 years and next Genghis Khan, Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, whatever. There's always rise and fall when it comes to these societies. But that's my point, right? I believe in meritocracy. I believe that your actions is what make you good or bad. Has nothing to do with what you believe, because there's a lot of people that believe in great things and they don't wake up to go to the gym, don't wake up to take care of their kids, don't wake up to put their boots and do the hard things. So no matter what you believe, I believe that we should judge people by actions, not by belief systems or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? So that's more of a part of me being pragmatic, not agnostic per se, but pragmatic. If it works, we do it. If it don't, we are going to look in every religion, every test, every manual book, what is best, and then apply it. I'm more on that side. Oh, and don't even start me with my pro-choice position. Harrison, $10. I'm going to read these. We have 20, and then we bounce. Oh, cool. And I'm very upset that you didn't saw my intro. I did one on the I did one the other day. You guys probably didn't see it because it is what it is. Like Andrew didn't show up, but I work very hard. Like, see what I'm saying? Like I had this shit prepared. It was a little bit nicer and cool. I'm very upset, Glenn, that you didn't saw my intro. So you better not turn this. You better not. I'm going to play this by the end. So you better not take the stream off while I'm doing.
Oh no, I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna probably put it in my.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, yes, I ended in the end. Don't worry about that. Thank you very much, Harrison, for the $10. I appreciate you. And by the way, friends, our hamburger fund that we usually don't start during the debate shows, we have already $50. We need more 50. So, Team Fatty $8 Team Fatty 8 for the hamburger fund.
I would like to buy the burger.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
Once again, thank you very much. And you can support Grid by subscribing to him. I'm going to drop the links again. And Glenn by subscribing and sending a Cash App. Is down there. Is GL Presents. Okay? So please, thank you very much. Once again, here's the Cash Apps. I appreciate if you guys will be generous enough to send a Cash App or another to them. We have Little Podcast. Please subscribe to Little Podcast. Okay. We have Glenn Lawrence. Please subscribe to Glenn. Glenn is a friend of the show. Thank you very much for being there. Please subscribe to him too. We have let me see because I messed up his link. Judah. Thank you very much for the 5 memberships. Let me actually do it all at once when it comes to memberships. Thank you very much, Judah. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Carl Anderson, for the 5 memberships. And Dark Relief, thank you very much for the 5 memberships too. We had 15 memberships, which is the usually goal. So thank you very much for getting us through the goal.
Evacuate the city. Engage all defenses. Give this man a shield.
On the Cash App side, thank you very much, Philly All Dead, with the $10. He says salute. Salute to you, Philly All Dead. I appreciate you. We have, of course, my boy SD with the $15. He says, good work as always, champ. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Salute, 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 salute. We have Art of Chokes with $20. She says, stop acting up. And then we have, of course, Judah in the building. Says, salute, Fatty, for the hamburger fund. Thank you very much. We are $40 away from the hamburger fund being completed. So $40 it is.
Thank you for your patronage.
Going back to the supers. We have, let me take Judah out of here. Let me take Carl and Dark Relief. We have Miss Parker, member for 16 months from the Untouchable Empire.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
As well, a version of the Holy Writ was weaponized, not the 66 books of Holy Writ. Thank you very much.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Most beautiful voice on the side of the internet. Thank you very much, Miss Parker. I hope you're doing good. Biggest composition, $2, says, problem is we trust the man too much to say what God say. And we're going to Nino Nation as soon as we're done with this, okay? Please go ahead and subscribe to An Unreasonable Man, Grid 1 Motorsports. We're going to see him more, okay, friends? So please go ahead and subscribe to him. We are going to do some visits here and there. So I appreciate y'all if you could subscribe to Grid Motorsports. We have JJ Carver. Thank you very much, JJ. 19 to go. JJ was a good supporter with $500 YouTube. He says, there are indeed people with no exposure to the rest of the world that will off you on sight. We have proof of societies untouched by religion. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I think you're making their point. We have Romello is in the building. Bankai. He says, founding fathers were deists, not Christians. Try again. Thank you very much, Romello. I hope you're doing good, brother. JJ, back again. He says, Bean still didn't even answer the question of how his worldview is better. He only brought up his own gripes of Christianity. Just me, the witch, on podcast side. She says, Jehovah's Witnesses have nothing to do with pagan holidays, so Easter would included that it's those that judge that give Christianity a bad rap. A Bean. Thank you very much. 15 to go. Jasmine comes back again and says, God don't expect perfection like humans. I appreciate it. Aze Tanisha saying, can you prove the Bible is the word of God or man? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. On podcast side, Ezekiel Ben Israel. He says, Ak Beans, I highly recommend you to continue to build with ACK-AMP. It has a way of making things more clear while letting scripture explain scripture. Shalom. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Flow State from Valhalla says, woman pastors are no more against God than new tats. I have no idea what tats is. Thank you very much, Flow State, for being here. 11 to go. JJ Carver, $500 YouTube. So because a Christian breaks the law, the problem is Christianity and not the person. Are they practicing Christianity during the crime? Prejudiced. Thank you very much, JJ. Big Geese composition in the building saying dolphins masturbate with fish. So there's a choice. Whoa, wait, yo, wait, what? Damn. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Big Geese with dolphins and all that. So we got my brother Jay. Put us closer to the goal. We need $30 for the hamburger fund. Team 38. Jay says compensation for the dope conversation. Much, Jay. I appreciate you. We are going to have ladies first on Sunday, so stick around. Big Geese, thank you very much, brother, for that funny comment. We have Bobby Seal Jr., $5. The debate seems conceptually flawed and favors Glenn. It's like Christianity is good, Beans argued that without using bad Christians as an example. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. We have Ilkan Ali already read this, so salute to you, sir. I appreciate you for the $20. Did I read this? Oh, yes, I already read this. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. We have 5 to go. Biggest composition. God had 3,000 men killed because they worship a cult. Then T-Will, Man for Hire. What's up, brother? How you doing? Member for 15 months of the
Untouchable Empire, baby.
God sent greed, earth to judge and be biased. Move to you, T-Will. Let greed alone. Leave greed alone. Greed did a great job pushing back. That's exactly what we're here to do. Salute to you, brother. Have a great weekend. Man made Media TV $5.
On that one. I didn't see what he said. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. He said that God sent you to be biased, to judge and be biased. Like that was what God did. It was not you. That's Man made Media TV $5. Don't know what y'all talking about. Just showing love, and love means not whining. This is checking, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We have 4 more. Red Pill Ranger in the building says most narcissists are atheists and agnostics because it's impossible for them to believe in something bigger than themselves. Message. Thank you very much. Coach K in the building. Salute to you, Coach K. I hope you're doing good. If no objective and changing moral lawgiver exists, then no objective and changing moral laws can exist. Without God, everything will be a matter of human opinion. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We have the lovely Lauren, member for 10 months of the
Untouchable Empire, baby.
She says, thank you all for having me as a moderator. That was actually a toughie to choose. Great debate. Thank you very much for being here, Lauren. I appreciate it. And Lauren, the last $20, she says, thank you all for having me as